G'day, Richard and Alex. Take your time, Harry. Yeah, fucking hell, it is my channel after all. I'll take my time. Hobart, ready for takeoff? Not really. We're not flying out of this place. I'll go for the ice cream. I actually had a carny. Ling just made me this. She gave me 2 batches, so I had just one. I just pigged out on it, half of it. Basically, she made me a carnival cheesecake, which is just cream and cheese. Absolute decadent. Because I came back from having a big meal of shitloads of pork, and I'm just basically stuffed. So I had massive amount of pork and some ham and some feta cheese and some other stuff. And then on top of that, to finish that off, and glass of milk, which I haven't finished yet. And that basically carnival cheesecake. It's just the only non-carnival stuff in that is erythritol. And I'm basically going, not enough space. So not ice cream, but the other stuff. Far more decadent than ice cream, but actually far more decadent in terms of, richness, fat and all that sort of stuff. But not the, minus the, it's a fake sugar, erythritol. 90% ends up in the toilet anyway, in your feces. It's only 10%. So it's about 10% carbs, if that, it's very, very little. And she only put 40, she said. So you get about 10% of that, which is for 16, all up in a sense. And you get bugger all out of that anyway, because it's... G'day, Tom. Scotty, good to see you here. Yum, feta cheese, yes. Yes. Dad, yes, put out the feta cheese. So I went over to Dad's. So that's what I was saying. I was running bloody late earlier. I looked at the time and said, oh, fuck. And I had to call Dad and say, look, Dad, program went over. Sorry, I'm on my way. So put my trousers on and, yes. And pissed off out of it. Then went for a bit of a long walk. Try and digest a bit of this sort of stuff. And then... so Scotty had a cheesecake as well. Cheesecake this week, cream cheese. Yes, exactly. Cream, eggs, erythritol, and some apple cider vinegar. Why would you put apple cider vinegar? To set the cream more likely like sour cream, which is always nice in cheesecake. Okay, interesting. This was creamy, super creamy. God, it's one of like those sort of fat bombs. Then it's exploded in my tummy. Anyway, back to reality. Just got the live stream notification album. That's YouTube for you. What do you expect, Richard? Full service? It's not going to happen. Good job. I don't trust the machine to organise my life. Don't. The AI basically can't get, don't go there. Couldn't organise, something in a brothel, So basically that's how useless it is. But it's pretty good about, attacking the wrong people. Yes. They couldn't organise anything else. Absolutely fucking useless. YouTubia. But what does one expect? Dave, my dear friend, how are you? Good morning, Harry, and everyone from Barcelona. You're back home. Mate. Only those from Barcelona. Be nice. Yes, Rich is into the Monty Python stuff. He can't help himself. That. The other thing. The hotel thing. Won't mention names. Don't talk about the war. Anyway, g'day, Dom. Good to see you, mate. Yes, exactly. You can only laugh out loud when it comes to, Richard. That's all you can do, Dave. That's all I do. He's a Kiwi after all. I mean, what do you expect? Let's see if we can fire him up. Where is that other Kiwi with his bloody poodles, with his poodles at his head? Will he turn up to be insulted as well? G'day, Gary. No. They're actually, yes, Necrokitty. She has, I believe. And there was one of the other carnivore ladies, but I can't remember which one actually gave it a go. But I know Necrokitty mentioned something about, I don't know whether she made it or bought it in that regard. So, no need to eat. Alex. My llama, my dear llama, how are you? Good to see you. The name isn't long enough. Add a few more. God. You don't have to trust them. They don't have to trust you. You will comply. Just wait until the Skynet is up. Yes. Very much so. Yes. Richard's waiting to be plugged in. Didn't you hear? Apparently in her supreme leader in that country which will not be named, basically, yes, will organise a plug-in, an upload for him. An upgrade. Yes, they'll hold him down and inject him. It'll be an upgrade. Rui, good to see you. Hi, Harry. Do you work for Cyro? No, I don't. You know an awful lot about science, yes. Misspent youth. Philosophy as well. Archaeology, history. I'm a bit of a buff philosophy. I've read all the classics, even the German philosophers. Yes, there are a lot of them. And even some of the Eastern European ones. So, yes, got a deep understanding of a lot of things. But also my field is part of sort of the engineering field. It's called spatial science. It sort of includes traditional cartography, but with more, because nowadays it's all IT driven and stuff like that. It's a bit more technically involved. We've even got AIs. Yes, we have AIs. One from the University of Queensland. Yes, we're training it. Yes. The only problem is it just won't basically bark or basically roll over like a dog. It doesn't, it just doesn't do that sort of stuff. We don't know why. It must be a New Zealand, Queensland thing. Yes, we don't know. We're guessing. But I do have acquaintances in some of those institutions, let's put it that way. But the knowledge comes from me. Cecile? Yes. Bert, good to see you, mate. And Bjorn's here. Good morning, degenerates. Talk about yourself, mate. Damn Vikings, they think they can get away with anything. How many Barcelonans are here? Yes. You've got a Spaniard here as well. Yes. He's actually an expat Brit who left the British Isles for sunnier pastures, as one would say. G'day, Joe. No, they did a lot of cutbacks, didn't they, Scotty? Yes, yes. We still get some hydrographic data from them anyway. So there's a number of layers like that we actually get from them. So we do have interactions with them, but let me. Oh, back again. Ah, yes. Gunda, good to see you, mate. Yeah. So yeah, we usually get some of that sort of data from them. So it's interesting. Oh, we have interaction with a lot of different organisations for data capture. Also part of sort of these national bodies that basically we've got a shareholding in one of the major distribution companies of the sort of material, mapping material and stuff like that, imagery and a lot of other things. So yes, I mean, you have to interact with people, with organisations, because it does bring down the cost. You know, you can actually both in terms of usage of imagery, or basically like photographic imagery or stuff like that, or it reduces the cost if clients or other custodians that you're interacting with want the same stuff. So yes, they can pitch in, saves us money. Yes, all that sort of stuff. It wasn't cutbacks one year. They had 240K left over in the budget to build a cricket pitch at the top of a hill that was by no means flat. I think I know the place. Yes, yes. If that's in Hobart, if that's in Hobart. But yes, it's a bit ridiculous. Yeah. David asks, Salvador, Harry, Mary Ruddick was interviewed this week by Lily Kane's Carnival Channel, and I asked her to come back to yours for another round. Hopefully she'll consider. I haven't actually contacted her. I've just been so bloody busy with so many other things. I just haven't got, I haven't got around to Sky. I haven't got around to a number of people that I was going to contact, and I just haven't done it. So it's, at the end of the day, I still need to contact Mary. It's not her to contact me. It's me. If she's going to come on my channel, if I was going to go on her channel, she would have to contact me. But to bring her onto my channel, I have to contact her. I haven't done that yet. So, yeah, when I will get around it. I thought she was basically in the US and then had gone, because she has gone to the US to visit, see her parents and with a Greek partner. And so I just didn't want to basically, she may have had some free time. She may have known this lady for a number of years and decided to do it. So, but I just didn't want to basically intrude in this period and just said, yeah, I'll wait until she gets back to Greece and I'll drop her a line then. So that's the only reason why I've sort of left it on the back burner. So pretty much. And yeah, so yeah, that's fairly it in that regard. I used to work in the operations side of geophysics for a private company. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, we're sort of affiliates of Geoscience Australia, so we provide data and we get data. So that was where I was able to get. Remember the study that I was able to get very early that just had come out. which was on their carbon-12 and carbon-13 isotopes of methane, and the carbon-12 were going down, which is the animal ones, which, surprise, surprise, and the ones going up were the petrochemical ones. Didn't the vegans get that one wrong? And that was true measurements. Anyone can do those measurements and get the same result because they have been going down, because we've been cutting down forests, planting soy and other kibble, and turning monoculture hells of the surface of the earth. So it's ruminant animals that build soils, not monocrops. So yes, they just need petrochemical inputs, and that's exactly what's happening. So the data's there quite clear what's been going up and what's been going down. So it's BS all round. Yes, always fun and games with those charlatans in the field, unfortunately. Yeah, science isn't what it used to be, Scotty. That's bloody true. You know, I mean, we even have a guy that works with us. He's a physicist. Yeah, and I've had a view, let's say, yes, less than cordial discussions on climate change with him. I mean, we both agree climate change is real, but the difference is we view things differently. I think it's that big ball in the sky that plays the biggest role, and some people think it's carbon, even though when you look at the data, it's inconsistent and does not correlate. You can't have higher temperatures in the 30s, the 1930s, declining to the 1970s when carbon's going up and not down in terms. You've got this massive 50s and 60s, massive electrification of the planet, massive amounts of carbon going into the system. And rather than going up, it's going down. Tell you quite clearly. And if you look at the sun's sort of effects on the planet, they correlate with those effects completely. So these people are, I don't know what they're drinking or what drugs they're taking, but they're definitely not doing science. I can tell you in that regard. Jin, good to see you, mate. Now, obviously, the biggest problem is we've got a lot of crackpots out there who are on the, skeptics or side, and they do more damage than good. Actually, they do more damage than good because they come up with some really crackpot views about this sort of stuff because they got no idea of the science, unfortunately, and they make things much worse than So it's just abysmal. Unfortunately, it's just a reality. It's the way it goes. What can one do? Good to see you, mate. Bart haven't seen the Oz team. He wouldn't have far to go. I think he's hiding with Ted. Crazy Kiwis. That's all I can say. Still haven't got a reaction from Richard. He sort of hasn't bitten. He's ignoring me. They used to be the best. Maybe they can resurrect the past. Yes. New strain of COVID discovered in Japan. Be afraid. Be very afraid. Oh, yes, I'm devastated. I'm going to run for the hills. God, I'm just going to fall over and start laughing like mad and giggling like a little schoolgirl. It's just ridiculous. God, some of these people need to grow a backbone and take vitamin D. What's that one called? Bonsai. Bonsai COVID. Bit of stupid humor. What can one say? We had about 40 times the CO2 in the atmosphere millions of years ago, and even when it was over 20 times as much, we entered ice ball planet mode. I know. I've seen the data as well. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Or what about that stupid crap that some of these charlatans do? Rather than actually doing experiments, and actually some researchers are actually good researchers out of one of the US universities, I just forget the name, and they actually did research on, actually in putting carbon into the water, into ocean water. It takes about 3 months to do, 3 to 4 months. It takes a very long time for carbon to be absorbed into the water. It's not a quick process. It's a slow process. And after 3+ months, they looked at the difference between the control crustacean and the one that was exposed to the water of that. What was the difference? Well, one was bigger. Guess which one it was? The one in the carbon-rich environment. Even their shell was much thicker. So we're told that acidification of the oceans is going to do the exact opposite. It doesn't work like that. When you cool the oceans, this is well known in physics. When you cool the oceans, they pull in, colder water pulls in more carbon, not hotter water. So they got that wrong in the first place. Second, even if you actually pull in more carbon, which they've got wrong in the first place, the difference is it doesn't cause that problem. And I'll explain why in a moment. What did they use? They were too lazy and they said, oh, we can't basically wait for 3 to 4 months to try this experiment. So we're going to basically assume, this is what crackpots do. They assume that the acidity happens. So they put an acidic substance in the water. I mean, they might as well not bother. They might have just put the acidic stuff on top of the damn thing. You'd get the same result. That's just a joke. They say, oh, we're diffusing this acidic thing but carbon doesn't work like that. It doesn't have the carbon molecules bind differently within water. They don't function the same way. They should ask a physicist who knows this sort of stuff, rather than actually these crackpot, climatologists who've got no fucking idea. They come from the meteorological field of measuring basically, weather stations or temperature measurements and stuff like that. They're not, they're not hardcore physicists, and they've basically been elevated above their pay grade in a sense, and that's the reality. They don't have, if they were basically that smart, they'd be physicists. They wouldn't be meteorologists. Let me put it that way. They're not the smartest. I've met some of them, the dumb as dog shit, and argued these points, and they basically ran away with their tail between their leg, crying to their mummy. They're absolute fucking useless. But exactly, that's right. The other thing is, most people don't realize, the Cambrian explosion, 500 million years ago. What happened on Earth? We had 7,100 parts per million in the atmosphere. It was the biggest explosion of life, because life is carbon-based. In the ocean, we had crustaceans and we had species in there, that were massive. We've still got the fossilized record of that period. We know. These people are saying that massive amounts of carbon in the atmosphere is going to basically make these crustaceans weak shells and very small and die out. Back then it was 7,100 and they were massive. What are they talking? What sort of science are they doing, these people? Ignoring geology, geological knowledge and all that? These people are fucking crazy. They're making shit up and they're getting well paid. And I basically think that the system goes through these stages of basically getting rid of certain things. Let me put it this way. I remember one statement that somebody said, they never, in warfare, you don't innovate. You don't change something just because you run out of something, I mean, people didn't give up rocks and sticks and stuff like that because they ran out of rocks and sticks. No, they realized they could basically build a spear and basically be more effective on the battlefield. It's the same sort of thing. What's happened is we've actually invented all these different things and we need a biggie. We know that fossil fuels are, and certain countries, especially wealthy countries, don't produce fossil fuels. They have to import a lot of that sort of stuff. So there's a strategic requirement. How can we basically convince the population to go this pathway and get energy cheaper or independent and stuff like that. And also, there's money. You know, everybody's up to their eyeballs in debt. Private debt is astronomical. Public, private, corporate. So there's no money in the system. So you have to generate some new bullshit. And, nothing like basically building windmills and solar panels and stuff like that. Shitloads of new business. It's like the Green New Deal is like the New Deal back in the 1930s that energized and basically brought the economy back, from the Great Depression. They're trying to do something similar, but with something which is phony. Why not just basically say to people, we need to do something like that, which we did. Stop lying to people or making up shit, and basically, but the problem is when you tell a lie for too long, everybody starts believing it. Even people forget who actually started the lie. It becomes like an urban legend, and that's exactly what's happening. And every academic is too scared to jump out of line. There's many that criticize this, but they do it quietly, secretively, on the side, publishing here or there and not saying too much and being very ambiguous because they're too scared that they're going to lose their academic tenure. And that's all there is. It's just bloody crazy, the reality. I mean, I've looked into it. Bart's looked into it. We've looked into the science. We know that basically when you can't adjust observation. Let me put it this way. You cannot adjust the observation. A physicist takes a measurement of a celestial body, a supernova, or whatever. They determine, it's the data that drives the theorizing. And they will overturn. They find, the CERN Hadron Collider actually found that when they got to these higher temperatures, they did not find the particles that were predicted by string theory. It basically was a bust for that theory. They didn't adjust the data to fit string theory. They just said string theory is a failure and it's being blown to bits. And these guys that have spent 20 years of their life on doing junk science have just realized, oh, shit, it's a bust. And they're trying to pull it together with some other sort of, adjustments. Because there are two streams in science. One's an empiricist stream, which is I, Bart, and many others that say, we're driven by the data and you have to sort of prove the stuff. And then there's the other ones who are called the rationalists who say, we can model this. What they mean is they can adjust. They can basically make shit up. That's what they mean. When you take a look at nutrition, it's just basically 90% of them are like that. If you take a look at climatology, a large proportion of them are like that. They're not driven by empiricists. That means observational and experimental and replicatable. Only that is true science. The other stuff is just speculations. It's just basically theorizing speculations. And as Bjorn says, climate hysteria, exactly, that they've basically cultivated in the population. And it's good for their tenure, these people. Now that they're up at their eyeballs, they can't really pull out because if they do, they're going to look really bad. And they're going to get the boot put in them by a lot of people. So they can't pull out. They're locked in until they be proven wrong. And they'll fight to the death, like the nutritionists do. Even though so much information and data shows them to be charlatans and all that, they will fight to the death because, as they say, science progresses one death at a time. I can't remember the physicist that said that, but that's exactly, you have to literally wait for the dead wood to die off and for some new thinkers to come in and realize they got it wrong. So until these crackpots are out of the way, they'll be churning out the same garbage because their careers are tied to it. Everything's tied to it. Even if they've got basically probably some sort of, wondering or whatever, but yes, very much like that. Yes. Sports, religion, politics, not advised in my house. Sorry, Harry, switched off. Yeah. We're political animals, as Aristotle said. So, and less, but then again, you're a Kiwi. I understand. Yep. Sorry. Why do Australian crickets have a history of yellow? Move on. Cretaceous period had much lower pH, yet was a period of crustacean. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. I know. Yeah, I've seen that as well, Scotty. Yeah, I know. It's just crazy. It's just it goes on and on and on. These sort of crazy theorizing and stuff like that, because animals adapt, to a lot of different conditions. What these people do is deliberately, actually, within a very short amount of time, deliberately adjust things, put things in, or whatever. You can't use, see, when it comes to, they only use terrestrial data. When you look at the data coming in from satellites, it's more consistent. Actually, the Russian research group is actually much closer. They actually correlate much closer with the satellite data. So they're not perfect, but they are much closer. And they show far bugger all, which is they're probably closer to the truth, the Russians, in their research. The problem with terrestrial, and let me just say this to people that need to understand, is we've got weather stations in different parts of the world, all over the world. And we take measurements from that. We've been taking measurements for a very long time. The problem is that these measurements are fine if they're in an area which hasn't changed within the last 100, 200, 300 years, okay? But if it's changed radically, like a city's grown around it, or an airport's grown nearby, or something like that, which increases the local temperature, it's called the urban heat island effect. That will skew the data. You've got to remove that. If you change the elevation, the location of the sensor, that will skew the data, because elevation changes the temperature reading. If you move it to a different location, like sometimes a farmer dies, the family doesn't want to continue doing it, so they decide to basically move it to a town nearby, close to the fire station. That's changed the conditions. That data needs to be removed and not be included. They say they adjust, like basically the plant-based nutritionist. We adjust the data. You can't do that. Science is not adjusting observation. You need to take the observations. You need to exclude the garbage observations because they've been highly confounded. And you only need to look at the stuff that basically hasn't changed location, is in the same place, and the conditions in that environment or elevation hasn't really altered in any substantial way. That is going to be much closer to the truth, even though even that can have some variability, but very small in comparison to the other. And when you look at that data, it looks very different. It doesn't look like, it looks more like the actual interplay with the sun and less with carbon. Their theory is bust. Simple as that. But the problem is, you try to explain this to people. The moment you actually say that you disagree with that, you're already a denier. They won't even listen to you. People just go, no, we don't want to hear. And so basically, you haven't lost the argument. They just don't want to hear. They're so brainwashed and cognitive dissonance. Science is out the door. Nobody's actually skeptical anymore. People are just basically driven by ideology and belief. Yes, very much. I was afraid of the Amiga Man as a kid, but watched it again after 30 years later and saw how lame it was. Some will be for Delta strain, etc. But I do not look forward to the Tri Lambda strain nerds. Nice one, let me. Yeah, it's a wacky, crazy world. We are almost made a joke about COVID and vitamin D too. Then I remember that Nicola stripped his channel of all of his videos. Really? What, in regards to vitamin D? That sounds a bit weird. It's a respiratory infection. Vitamin D is the go-to thing. Respiratory infections, even the collagen degrading enzymes in the lungs, the matrix metalloproteinases, MMPs, they're regulated by vitamin D primarily, secondary by retinol, but primarily in the lungs by vitamin D. So very important. Vitamin D status, very important for a lot of things. Asthma, you said anything that has to do with the respiratory system, plus viruses and all these other things. So regulates the immune system, full of receptors, vitamin D receptors. So I don't know why he got rid of that, or is he worried that that basically the YouTuber is probably more worried about his income than basically I don't know. I won't comment because I don't know enough. I'll leave it at that. Just seems weird. Don't forget the hoping comes with a side of snack and food. What sort of food, Richard? Kibble? I hope not. God. What feeds and why? I'm not sure, Jay. No idea. The climate hysteria is just another way of controlling and taxing people. It's all about the dollars. Probably for some. I mean, for banks, it's a new revenue stream. You know, when you've actually indebted the entire society, pushing them into a rentier society state. Well, all that's left is basically for the central banks to buy mortgage-backed securities, refloat the banks, put new liquidity in, and allow the banks to buy more junk like carbon credits and stuff like that. Imaginary things. It's like imaginary money. Nothing like it. Let's just keep the ball rolling, the debt bubble growing. Yes. Yes. What a wonderful world we live in. Never do, mate. Never do. Never do. Mate. Oh, the doctor's here. Oh, good morning to you as well. Treadmill specialist. Yes, yes. Pampering to the young woke. Yeah, we know you're an old fart, you know. Jealous. I'll have to Gregor on you. He'll give you a vasectomy. I'm going to enjoy myself tonight. Oh, God. See, it's Richard's fault because Richard challenged me that he was going to go after me and all that. Yes. So he's made me more excitable than usual. Colleges. Yeah, exactly. They'll give that a vasectomy as well at some stage. Yes, yes. He announced deletion of his videos in 48 hours because he's being coerced, given all the COVID non-propaganda has been pushing like vitamin D and vitamin C being important. Okay. Oh, well, shit happens. Yeah. It's wrong if he's being pressured and threatened and stuff like that. And, yeah, it's a crazy world, but yeah. Welcome to, if you're a dissident, yes, you'll be in the gulag in no time soon. The whole carbon agenda, just a way to make various carbon and green taxes acceptable to the masses, exactly. And to basically create derivatives for the bankers. Let's not forget, the bankers are the richest people on this planet. They need to create derivatives. They need to have something. The poor, they're so poor. They're struggling at the moment, Dave. They're struggling severely. Us poor bastards are so indebted, we can't take any more loans out. So they need to basically find a new revenue stream. What's wrong with that? It's, we should be celebrating, and helping the poor bankers in their struggle with finding new streams of revenue. It's horrifying. It's appalling. I really feel, I get teary about their plight. Oh, it's awful. Let's move on before I start crying. I struggled to keep a straight face with that, I can tell you. Yes, yes. Identify as a face mask. Not a diaper? Hey, I identified as jabbed. No one believes vitamin D will help till Bill Gates tells them it's okay. Yeah, that's true. Until the godfather, COVID godfather, tells them that it is, only then will they accept it. There's no profits in it. It's vitamin D. You can get it free from the sun. But it's a cheap. The guy's trying to make money. Through to the fear, keep the people in the home, on the computer. Working away, sedentary, eating the kibble. That's the lifestyle, mate. It's the lifestyle. Yes, Bert. Get with the program. And what do you have to say for yourself, Llama? Yes, and you think if Noah's flood took place, and it did, the whole Ice Age theory flies out of the window. I'm not for young Earth creationism. Yes. You guys are just, you Westies are basically take things too literally. We don't. We Easterners, yes. I identify as vax. Me too. I should make a T-shirt with that. Probably wouldn't go down well at work. I'd get the funniest looks. Yes. Nowadays, you've got to, as I've said, once somebody approached me and I said, look, just say nothing. Keep your mouth shut until they actually, there's any, you've got a privacy thing, If somebody says, have you done, you just say back to them, hasn't everyone? You just blow it off and then change the subject to something current in the workplace. And that's what you do. And you don't basically get in conversations about whether you have or haven't or whatever. Blow it off. You don't lie. You just blow it off and just say, hasn't everyone? And, you change the subject, so to speak, very quickly to something else. You don't have to tell them until they actually require, through legislation, to present something. They can't even question you what your status is. That's your business. It's private business. So, yes. They set Russians forced, including water vapor, and still run hot compared to the data. But yes, it is much closer. Yeah, look, as I said, it's not perfect, but it's definitely much closer to the satellite data. So, look, models are models. They're not going to replicate, if you can simulate the whole planet, then you've got godlike powers. And I take my hat off to you. But nobody's going to get to that sort of precision. So the reality is all models are going to be very much inaccurate to some degree. The question is, you can't be driven by models. You need to basically look at the data in a dispassionate way, remove the confounding stuff, and look at the observation and only look at that and don't adjust anything. And what does that tell you over time? That's the important. What that tells you is that the temperature is controlled by the sun and the orbital position of the planet Earth in regards to the sun. Well, that's it. The old information that the physicists knew about this is valid. It's these climatologists who are crackpots who think they're better than physicists and have come up with all sorts of crackpot new ideas. Yes. And are getting good tenure for it, I can tell you. It's really easy to blow their arguments away because there is so much geological, archaeological, measurements now and stuff like that actually just kills a lot of these arguments. The problem is that the media doesn't want to hear them. The moment you mention these, because they're fucking ignorant, complete and utter ignorance. And they follow the expert, not the science. We know science is data and true science is at the top. Expert opinion is the lowest form of evidence. But for the crackpots and the media in particular that have no idea about science or how to interpret it, they think the expert is the bee's knees. And that's the problem. The Great Depression 2.0 is right around the corner. Buckle up, boys and girls. Ah, yes. Lock and load. Can't afford to retire like you, Harry. Not old enough. Oh, well, shit happens. Such is life, Richard. Such is life, So, yes. Then again, the whole bloody economy could fold up, and then we're all fucked. so, so what retirement? The government still has to pay it. if the whole system goes haywire and superannuation goes to shit, and doesn't function anymore, what do you do then? Exactly. So no guarantees in this world with anything. Apparently New Zealand is selling off its land to China. Well, wouldn't be a big loss for the region, to be honest. Am I going to get a reaction? In the Reagan-Thatcher days, this was not possible and thought to be stupid. We're talking about Kiwis here. Bert, get it right. We're talking about Kiwis. He still hasn't bitten. BLM bankers and life matters. Exactly, Bjorn. Exactly. Poor bankers. How dare you? How dare you talk so poorly about bankers? How dare you, Bjorn? Oh, yes, exactly. Silent. Yes, exactly. Fellow trans-vaxxers. Yes, exactly. Yes, he's one of those. Our democratic social dictatorship is action bird. They've even got quarantine centres. They can actually come and take you from your home and lock you up in a gulag. Is it on the north? Is your gulag on the north or southern island, Richard? But I think Oz has already flogged lots of land to China. Actually, the biggest foreign ownership in Australia is the US. The second biggest is the Brits. So no, the actual Chinese are really much lower down. They just get more media coverage. The key issue with the Chinese is that it's not the amount of what stuff they own, but they've actually been moving into strategic assets in a very, let's say, very cunning way. And all I can say is it took a while before the politicians picked up on it. Even though intelligence was telling them that this was happening, it took them a bloody long while before they realised what was happening. I mean, they even leased off the Darwin port. One of the biggest ports in Northern Australia. I mean, how fucking crazy can you be? Exactly. I've got no issues with allowing foreign investment, whether it's Chinese or whatever, but should be certain sectors and parts of the economy quarantined in terms of foreign ownership, and it should be really closely regulated who is allowed to own those assets or not. And that goes for any country. Even China's got those sort of rules. So why shouldn't we? It's not a discrimination against China. Every country should have those rules to regulate who can buy what. There should be this 80% anyone can buy, 20% has strategic, dual purpose or whatever, nobody can touch, especially airports, seaports, any related to those who have got a strategic value should not be owned by any foreign entity. Even the Americans shouldn't own any assets of those sorts they should be Australian owned, whether public or private. Simple as that. So it's that's my personal view on those assets. That's how it should be. Is saturated fat consumption deleterious for multiple sclerosis sufferers? It is the best thing that they can get in their diet. It is the bee's knees for MS. It's the lack of that and many other animal-based things. Exactly. Why would that be? I always say to them, show me the evidence. Why would it be? They've got no evidence. All your hormones require fat. And some of the key fats, like the saturated fats, like palmitate and stearic acid, are really important in a lot of endocrine functions and a lot of, in cholesterol as well, working together with these, because remember, these actually upregulate, increase the amount of cholesterol, which is very important for myelination of all your nervous system. Very important for MS. It's one of the key things. Demyelination. Saturated fats improve myelination, and so does cholesterol. So it's critical that you get enough saturated fat. If you were depriving somebody of saturated fat, you would have deficiency in saturated fat. The body actually can, even when you deprive it, tries to create it, even from glucose. That's how important it is. But if you're not getting enough, you've got a lot of other biological needs for tissue. Lung surfactant only requires palmitate and choline. You can't put anything else in there. It has to have palmitate and choline, a saturated fat, which is primarily largely in animal foods, to create lung surfactant if you want good lung function, and also to get rid of structural asthma, as I call it, which my younger sister had. So it's critically important that you have it. And MS, most of these people, if you take a look, they tend to be low fat and stuff like that. Same thing with Terry Walls. She was, vegetarian, vegan, and plant-based for a long time. And once she shifted and started eating organ meats, because that's what she did. She didn't go for muscle meats. She went for organ meats, the most nutrient-dense part of the animal. And basically now she can ride around and cycle. Exactly. So, yeah, very important saturated fat, very important for the body. Very important structural material as well. Critical for myelination. The joke is, China asked, what can we do with that land? Government replies, whatever you want, it's your land. Ah, yes, bloody governments. Will Bart go into hiding at the end of the year when the government comes for his mandatory vaccination? No, apparently he's going to basically he's going to basically trick Ted into taking the jab. I mean, that's low. That's low. Poor Ted is going to be the sacrificial lamb. They've got a lot of lambs over there in Kiwi land. He's going to be the sacrificial lamb, literally, So apparently he'll be trained to basically swear and insult them in the appropriate way. So they really just rough him up a bit as well. Apparently that's okay by Bart's. So yes, appalling. That's all I can say. Appalling. He hasn't even fronted up to this live stream. He's got the link. He's probably listening, going, I'm not getting involved in this one. I'll let Richard take the heat from that crazy Tasmanian devil. Hey, what's wrong with that? I mean, some people, claim that they can identify as attack helicopters. I can identify as a Tasmanian devil. I've got the right. Yes. Harry. And was with Harry, and she recommended high saturated animal diets intake for neurological issues. Ah, yes. Yes, and that's right. And Mary agrees, because she's treated people with these conditions as well. She knows. I mean, I know from the science. She knows from both the science and practical work with these sort of people. I mean, I've dealt with all sorts of things as well. Some neurological things, asthma, structural asthma in particular with my younger sister, and a number of other things. And, saturated fat was very important, raising the amount of intake for those specific conditions. So yes, in some regards, those sort of people even need more that have got issues, because you need actually more cholesterol for repair as well. So yeah, and saturated fat for that purpose as well. Very important, to say the least. So no escape on Island Harry. So no need to lock up the general public. We only lock up people at the border that think they are free. Exactly. I can't get out. I can't get out. And if I get out, I can't come in. Yes, I know. Fucking crazy. Oh, yes. Absolutely fucking mad. Even my mate said, I'm not open, because he usually runs a coffee shop down in Salamanca Market, and he said, and my brother said, I'm not going. He said, let's go for a walk. That's what we did on Saturday. We did a long walk again. He's probably not going to do it next week. He just checked the flights, how many flights came into Hobart. Pretty much most of them, even the small amount, got cancelled. It was dead in Salamanca, absolutely friggin' dead. There was hardly anybody around, and people were just sitting there wondering, why did I turn up? One of the guys actually turned up, and he spoke to Sean and said, what the hell's going on? He actually, so he has a food stall, and he said, I'm not going to bother. He didn't call his employees. He told them, stay away, and basically he drove right back, and he lives in the southern, quite a few Ks to the south of Hobart, and he just drove back to Cygnet, anybody that knows the area, and said, whatever I can't use, I'm going to throw out. The rest I'm just going to cook, because a lot of meat products, you'll cook all that and put it in the freezer, and all the other stuff is just, it's useless. He's just going to throw out. He said, it's cost me less than if I stay here and I have to pay salaries and we do no business. So yeah, it's pretty bad currently situation. Oops, just what happened. Remind me again, who owns Greece's biggest port again? Chinese. Another bunch of idiots over there who basically sold their port to the Chinese. Yeah, tell me about it. Yes, what can one say? Yes. So, because I'm a citizen of both countries, both my governments in both countries are fucked up on that front. They can't get it right. Harry, what are your thoughts on cured meats? I love them. Any worse or better for us? Thank you. Absolutely not. I mean, cured meats are actually, obviously, if somebody's got something like, some issues, gut issues, histamines and, leaky gut and all sorts of things, I don't recommend people consume cured aged meats. I basically consume quite a lot of cured aged meats, and I love them, but I don't have a problem. But other people do. But traditionally we didn't, and they're not a problem. And remember the one that I did about the PUFA stuff with the rats and the actual having bacon, and that would have been poor quality bacon as well. Not grass-fed or anything like that, but they actually induced cancer in the colon of the rats, and it was only the bacon, yes, the cured processed meat, the bacon that actually was protective. See, that was an experiment where they didn't include any other garbage in there, like seed oils and sugar and all that, to confound and basically then blame the bacon for all the deleterious effects that the other shit they put in caused. But bacon on its own, the rat was actually doing better than the other rats in the experiment. Yes. So I don't have a problem with cured meats and all that. I know a lot of people in the low carb, keto, and all that community make a big friggin' fuss about them. But as far as I'm concerned, I say to them, show me the evidence. I can show you a boatload of evidence that basically shows the complete opposite. And as long as I can show and demonstrate studies that actually show the complete opposite, it means you don't have an argument. You've just got an opinion because you don't have science to back you up. Because the only science you've got is highly confounded with seed oils and refined sugars. So what is it? Is it the cured processed meats, or is it the seed oils and the sugars in there that are causing the problem? I would say it is those things, because even in studies when they don't include bacon, but they do include seed oils and refined sugars, we still see the same deleterious effects. So, that is you could actually go from that study and say, we've removed the bacon. Look what happens with those two things in there. Voila. But nobody actually makes that connection. And that's the problem, because they just want to run an agenda, because they give the rat a sort of like a vegetarian type without seed oils or anything. And they give them the standard sort of diet with a bit of meat and a whole lot of oils, toxic oils and refined sugars. And they say, well, it's the meat in that, and the plant-based one is much healthier. First of all, rats are very hard to get in ketosis, and rats are omnivores, they're not carnivores. So that defeats that. But on the other hand, it actually shows quite clearly that they're just doing bonkers research, a sad diet against a plant-based. Why don't they do this? Why don't they do their diet against the bacon diet? Yes, let's see the results then. I bet they would be different, but they don't, because they know they've done them. It's a bit like look, let me put it this way. It's a bit like Big Pharma. They do all these experiments. You have to know that if you take a look, World Health Organization, nutritional panel, it's full of vegans and vegetarians. Most of these organizations are full of these people. They've got an agenda, an ideological agenda. And you've heard them. They're prepared to even lie for the animals. They say it openly. I mean, what does it take for people to understand that these people are charlatans and doing junk science, deliberately fabricating? It's the same thing that the statin companies do. What do? They get thousands of people, they give them statins. They say, tell us what the effects were. They find for half the people had an effect, really bad pain and all that. They exclude them. And they take the other amount who basically the genetics, and then they randomize those, and then they basically do the thing, and they go, oh, look, slightly lower the anti-inflammatory effect, the short-term anti-inflammatory effect, but all the other deleterious. It's a bit like the vegan diet. When you take out all the garbage and you do like a fasting mimicking diet, you get a benefit for a short term, but then the nutritional stuff kicks in and you actually sort of waste away, and the nutritional deficiencies stuff you up in the long run. Well, it's the same thing with statins. Short term, you get some benefit, two benefits. One, you get stabilized plaque. So if you're on a SAD diet, stabilized plaque can be a good thing by calcifying things. Two, you actually are getting, so you're getting less soft plaque, as it's called. Two, you're actually getting less issues in terms of slight reduction in inflammation. It's a very minor. Aspirin will do the thing, and a lot of other things, lifestyle changes will do even more. So they use that. Yes. Yes, the bacon from, hello, Kitty. Yes, the bacon from Cygnet, Tasmania is the best. That's the stuff that I get. I've shown it on many times on the smoked stuff and all that. I just love that. Ugh. Anyway, let me get away from food. I'm daydreaming about food. I'm seeing bacon in the air. And so really it's just nonsense. And this is how they do their studies. They deliberately take out the groups, and then they, massage the figures, and they do these short term. They will never do. If anybody finds a study, a modern study that is a statin study in this era, this period, not in the past, in this period that's 7 years old, I will eat a hat online. It's going to be a hard effort, but I'll do it, because there isn't. They don't do them. The last one that they actually did, 7-year ones, was the LA Veteran Study, and that wasn't even done by the statin companies. It was actually done by the Veterans organizations in the US. And after 7 years, they started noticing those on statins started increasing their cancer rate higher than others. That's when they stopped it. They should have continued, but they said it wasn't ethical. But why aren't we doing studies, long-term studies, to see the effect of, this is the same thing with vaccines. You're supposed to do 5 to 7 years. Same thing with, but they don't, because they don't want to know. You've got cell turnover, it's about 7 odd years. They don't want to know because basically that would affect profits. And it's simple as that. So that's the sort of world we live in. We just need to understand that. Tucker Carlson went to Hungary and saw how they dealt with illegal immigrants. They have an electric fence. If they get past, they get taken to the door and led them back to the other side. Yes. Unfortunately, Greece is a bit lame on that front. But I won't go into that. That's a bit too political. Because, look, you cannot have 2 million people invading a country of 10 million people like Greece. You would make a massive demographic change. And they have more children than the Greeks, because the Greeks are only having 1.1. And with a couple of decades, there will be no Greek people in Greece. You'll be basically no longer Greek. And then, all the Europeans and Northern Europeans will cry for us poor Greeks for losing our country, like the Jews did back then when they were forced out of their homeland for hundreds and hundreds of years. Yes. No thanks. Human rights for small amounts of people, like, for instance, the officers that flew out of Turkey after the coup and asked asylum from Greece. They were political refugees. They were true political refugees who could have been killed by the government if they remained in Turkey. Erdogan would have put them against the wall and shot them. That's the reality. We know that. He's put a whole lot of other people in jail. So that's a human rights thing. But people that basically are leaving because their country's fallen to bits, well, the reality is, it may sound disheartening, but the reality is no country can basically just give away their country to others. No, it's an invasion, basically, the way I see it. Sorry, but, it may sound really unwoke, but that's what it is. There is an invasion happening in the Greek islands and an invasion happening to penetrate the heartland of Greece. And I hope that in the not too distant future, the Greek government wakes up, puts them on a boat and delivers them back to where they came from. A lot of them come from a country like Pakistan. And Pakistan, basically, is supporting Turkey and flying Air Force missions. And actually, their pilots are actually, because a lot of the Turkish pilots are actually in jail now because they were against Erdogan. And many of the pilots that are actually flying those planes are, Pakistanis. I'm just angry with the Greek government that they're not shooting down those aircraft. Our pilots are much better. They've proven that multiple times. They've won in red flag against the Americans. In one case, 1 week, in a couple of days, they actually won 17-0 against the Americans. And that wasn't even our best squadron. That was from Crete Suda. It wasn't the best one which is the ones in Danagara, which is the north of Athens. They are the top elite. And we had a weapons school. It's called Weapon Tactics School of Weapon Tactics, and that's on the west coast where I come from. I used to remember seeing the pilots. That's why I wanted to become a pilot as a youngster. I used to fly, nap of the earth, and really around the mountains and all that. These really low interceptions, and it was just crazy that these guys. I even saw one guy in a Phantom F4 intercepting an F-16. I mean, what a cowboy, and that's a sort of, the sort of thing. But, with politicians who are lame, like the ones that Greece has currently, they're just told to intercept, force them back, and do nothing else. But when the Russians violated Turkish airspace, they were shot down. And they were only violating for a couple of seconds. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, as they say. Yes, I'm just waiting for the actual Greek government to grow some balls and stop taking directions from Berlin. But anyway, that's a different issue altogether. Let's move on before I say too much. As a quite healthy person who enjoys dairy and aged cheese, yes, I love the stuff. Could histamines be harming me? No, if you don't have leaky gut or anything of those sort of issues and you're getting enough nutrition. Because remember, saturated fats, monounsaturated fats, actually produce DAO that degrades. Also, the other thing that degrades that is in animal products is taurine. Taurine also has a degrading effect against histamines. So if you're eating sufficient amount of protein, I know there's a lot of people in the keto diet out there that say, oh, don't eat so much protein, it's going to turn into sugar. Bullshit. Doesn't. Sugar is demand driven. Peristalsis just slows down and you absorb and get the muscle protein synthesis much slower. It's garbage. Sugar actually flatlines. You can't actually, if that was to happen, you would shut down gluconeogenesis because insulin would rise in the presence of more blood glucose. It doesn't happen. It's flat. It's nonsense. I mean, I've done a video on it and I'm going to do another video with more details, but it's just garbage. So yes. Let me, that's true. Hellas hasn't really been, with, let's say, our revolution, we had our first prime minister assassinated by the British, and then they appointed their own people to run the show after that. And most of the political classes, even the wealth class of Greece, actually, a lot of them reside in London. Yes. Great patriots, the elites of Greece. Yes. Yeah, that's the truth. They just come for holidays to Greece and own most of the country because they were given most of the country by the British years ago. But anyway, that's another story. And yes. So look, mate, I wouldn't really worry if your body's working properly. I want to ask something about lactose things. Look, lactose, you're either lactose intolerant or not. If you're not, you're fine. If you are, well, stick to cheese and stuff like that, which is low lactose. Generally, it's fermented, so you lose most of it. But, it's one of those things. You may have to consume less. But it's hard to say without knowing your genetics, whether it's a lactose intolerance or some other sort of thing that's causing the issue. What are your thoughts about fermented foods causing cancer? Absolute bollocks. Basically, as Ted would say, absolute bollocks. It's just an associational piece of claptrap. That's all it is. There's no mechanistic study. No study will ever exist that actually ever prove that. It's absolute garbage. I have heard about it, but I haven't actually even seen the study. And I wouldn't even bother because I know it's just going to be a piece of garbage. Harry, how long ago were potatoes introduced into the Greek diet? Thank you. It's a very recent one. It's, I believe it was, I could be wrong. It was either before, in the mid 20th century, either before the Second World War or after the Second World War. I just don't remember. And it wasn't very wide. It was basically in the major cities. And it took a number of decades before it diffused into the rest of the country. What really actually made potatoes take off into the country was tourism. Yes, because, French fries and stuff like that tourists like. That's what really, now it's all over the place. Unfortunately for the Greeks. Yes, nightshade crap. I still don't understand why people turn themselves, become vegans. Well, it's the brainwashing. Hello, Kitty. It's the brainwashing that's out there. It's, when you tell a lie for long enough, most people believe it. It's unfortunate, but it's the reality. I don't blame people. That's why when somebody tells me they're vegan or vegetarian or plant-based or this or that, I don't go nasty on them. I throw them a few points and tell them why, and actually get them to question and think about these things. And then leave it at that. I just give them a bit, walk away, and then what will happen is over time they'll start thinking about it. They'll say, that guy looks pretty good. Look at me, similar age, I look older, I look much unhealthier. I'm struggling far more and all that. Maybe he's doing something right. And then they will ask you more things and they'll try those things and they'll get better. And they go, maybe he's onto something. It takes time. The worst people are actually family. Oh, they are actually, because they know you and they see you in the, my sisters, I still have conflicts in the way we used to as kids nearly. It's ridiculous. It's because you have a way of, a relationship, and it's really hard in some regards. It's just frustrating. I just walk away and go, ugh. Yes, say no more before I get into family things, which I shouldn't, and get told off or get a phone call. Uh, yes. Well, look, over time, I mean, I think the majority of people out there are basically, middle class, and they want to be seen as doing the right thing. And doing the right thing seems to be, to be environmentally and dietary woke. And if you are, you're basically a better sort of citizen, because they tend to be more law abiding, and all that sort of stuff. And so they tend to, they're more committed to the system in general because they've had most of the benefits of the system. And so that's what they project. And they have more influence as well when it comes to public discord. They have far more influence. And so that's how it sort of works. So it's really hard to get traction with a lot of them. And most people can't remember what their grandparents or parents ate. They have, it's only when I usually basically, when I find those sort of things, I talk to, and let's say there's a young person and there is their parent. And I say, well, what did you do when you were your age? What were you eating? And they mention, and I go, how bad were things back then? Oh, not as bad as they are today. And then I look at the young person and I go, well, is there something into this? People were eating more animal foods back then, less issues, less animal foods now, more issues. Don't you think that your belief system may be flawed somewhere? Don't you think you should be a bit more inquisitive and look into this, and rather than not accept things at face value? You get them thinking. That's all you can do in some cases. It's just, it's just the way it is. It's, what can you do? It's a hard thing. Someone told me that he doesn't want to kill animals and call me silly this morning. Yes, I know. It's one of those things that they do. But the reality is, why? It's because they don't understand these things. They've been sort of, I call them the Disney generation. And why do I call them the Disney generation? They grew up with a whole lot of animals who were cartoon characters that spoke, and they basically think that all that is the thing that, but how do you actually approach this sort of things? You have to sort of roll it back a bit and realize that they've grown in a very different environment in the way they see. They've got a disconnect from the environment. Most people live in cities. They've never seen much of wildlife. They've never had much contact with their food. They've not even slaughtered animals. I mean, I'm sort of you could say, a bit of a Neanderthal there. I've slaughtered, hunted, and done everything else under the sun, and fished and whatever else. So I've got tactile experience with this sort of stuff. It's not, for me, it's just like water off a duck's back. But for most people, they don't have that relationship. They have this disconnected relationship. And so it seems strange to them. They don't understand that in nature, there's life and death. It's a cycle of life and death. Things die, and those things give life to new things. And it's a cycle, and, animals die, or we, or whatever. And what happens is the fungi come along and dissolve all that. They are great. Without fungi, this whole planet would be full of dead, unrecycled tissue. It's the fungi that break all this dead tissue and recycle it through the trees and through that vegetation they give back to the animals take from the vegetation, the microorganisms and all that, working their way, building new stuff. It's a cycle of life. And when you can't accept that cycle of life and death relationship, you got a problem. You got a problem with reality. And that's the problem with a lot of people, is that they've got a problem with reality. I usually say, where do you derive your ethics? Rather than going into these really long-winded conversations, I go, where do you derive your ethics? If they say religion, I go, well, apparently the Bible, God gave us all these animals to basically use for our own usages and stuff like that. And, even when, one brother presented grains and the other presented, animal products, the animal products pleased God much more. So, yeah, maybe you've got a bit of a blasphemer type view of the importance of the unimportance of animals, in the scheme of things, in the food supply of nutrition that God gave us in that regard. So you can take that religious angle and confirm that. The other side of the coin, obviously, is the coin where we're talking about, somebody who's an atheist who says, no, I'm an atheist. Fine. So I say, so do you believe in evolution? I never ask them where do they derive their ethics then. I say, do you believe in evolution? They go, yes. And I go, so then I ask them, where do you derive your your ethics? And they go, well, the normal thing is to be kind and nice. I say, well, that's not how Darwinian logic works. Evolution basically tells us that the most adaptable animal, survives in nature. Not the smartest, not the strongest, the most adaptable. And they outcompete other animals. That's what it is. It's a competition by animals. All animals are species, including us, unless we're not part of the animal kingdom. You're telling me, didn't you tell me that you actually a believer of evolution? If you're a believer of evolution, then you have to be a believer of speciesism. And if you're a believer of speciesism, then you have to reject basically the holy tenets of vagoonerism. Exactly. So that's the way to argue these things, because really just to show how illogical and stupid their arguments are. And the reality is that animals basically build soils. Unless we've got animals and unless we keep them under control, because if we allow animals to go basically run amok, there are no predators to keep them under control, they will basically eat everything and overgraze and fuck everything up in the environment and create desertification. But with predators around, they can keep them under control. This is what's increasing desertification in parts of the world, even in Australia, and erosion and all that. It's because there are too many there are too many things like rats, pests, rats, rabbits, hares, and camels, and a lot of kangaroos that have basically no longer being hunted by the local indigenous population. And so we've basically got this endemic amount of, animals that consume a lot of grass lands, and we've got no real predators to keep them under control, and we've got protection for them. So we're just allowing them to grow and grow in pandemic levels because there are no predators around to keep them under control, and they are eroding the environment. They're even a lot of the kangaroos now are hopping in around. I mean, if I go to even some of the suburbs outside the centre of Hobart and walk around in those, and we're not talking about that, they're not, they're still in suburbia. And at night, when I'm walking around, there's wallabies and kangaroos just hopping past me. I'm not kidding you. I mean, because they're looking for food. There's so many of them. As I said once, somebody needs to go with a Gatling gun and sort the numbers out and bring the numbers down. Do a bit of good culling is what's required to basically help those soils, for them to die in the soil and rebuild the soils with their flesh, and basically give back to the land and allow it to grow again. And that's part of the cycle of life. Death begets life. it's a cycle, and you can't reject it. And if you reject it, you're deluded. You're living in a fantasy world, and a lot of them are, unfortunately. Yes. Yes. You should ask Zombie. She'll tell you. She has a lot of friends who are vagoonerized. Don't touch my bacon. Or oh, damn technician. I bet it's plant based. I'm doing low carb and only consume protein in the last 7 months. Feeling better than ever. Exactly. Yes. Love the stuff. And DJ Projectus, mate, good to see you here. Oh yes, vasectomy and plant-based bacon for the for Gregor. Yes, yes, yes. He's here with his treadmill. He's in full hyperdrive position. No veggies, only consume protein and healthy fats. And I don't eat bacon because Australian bacon is mostly imported garbage from Europe. Oh, sorry. Because Australian bacon is mostly imported garbage from Europe. Yeah, well, you're in Queensland, Zombie. That's why I prefer fresh, unfrozen pork bellies. Actually, I bought a large 1 kilo of pork belly just a couple of days back. I haven't. Yeah, I still need to. I may do something on Monday. I'll see. I've already had pork today. I'll think about it. Anyway, I'll have to do something with it at some stage. So that is. I put it in the deep fridge, but I do want to do something with it. Yes. Oh, but then you are locked up in Queensland and can't get to Tassie to enjoy some really good stuff. Garbage. What? You got the Viking going. I can tell you that. Yes, it is. Harry, this video. What video? Spain has the greatest pork in the world. God, here we go. You're not even Spanish, Bjorn. You're a Viking. Get it right. A little bacon to my pork belly. I'm weak, Lommy. Can't resist. Yes. Nothing like it. You tell them, girl. You tell them. Prefer to be also righteous than the vegans, but only eating local. Yes. Europe is not a country. Hey, it's the United States of Deutschland. Get it right. Only buy local food. Yes. Meat isn't that bad in Europe, Zombie. We have grass in Europe. Yes, you do. We should basically put those vegans out to pasture. Deal with them properly. Oh, this video, cholesterol code workbook for surprise results from pork versus beef experiments show an N of 1 where Dave Eldon friends only ate pork, but her blood markers got worse through. Thank you. Okay, I don't know about it. I just basically, don't know. They only ate pork and beef. Well, if the beef was grass fed and the pork wasn't, there's probably basically things like glyphosate in it. We're talking about the US now. In Australia, it's not as bad as the US when it comes to pork quality. Down here, we're actually getting pork, which is good. And what do they mean by the blood markers? I mean, Some of the stuff that people think is bad, I don't think is bad. I think it's actually nothing to do with bad. So I'd have to know exactly what. I'll check it out. I'll check it out, AG. See, a lot of people talk about the lipids, but there are actually genetics and hormones which dictate how they actually work. So that is really important in that regard. And then what they eat as well plays an importance. You got to get, but I tend to basically take a lot of that with a grain of salt. I know that Dave's been doing really good work in demystifying some of the energetics of how lipids work and moving energy around. Really good stuff. But that's an engineer understanding engineering principles of how these things work around. Interpreting from that lipid markers as being bad or good, it's a different thing, because we haven't proven that any of these lipids in any different ratios, or as hyper responders or whatever, or low responders with certain things driven by genetics, whether that is a good or bad thing. So there are certain fatty acids and certain amino acids that can actually have a direct effect on people depending on their genetics. So is it really a problem just because, because there are pathways like, you will get like a certain pathway in genetics where the alanine sort of pathway, or, amino acids, when the food that somebody consumes has more alanine, can actually have a positive or negative response more in those specific or certain types of people. That doesn't mean that amino acid is bad. It just means that certain genes can actually turn on or turn off in a certain way and have certain other effects, but they tend to be small, the effects, and associational effects in most cases. So is it really bad? We don't know, because we don't have any longitudinal studies. In order to really know, you would have to do long-term studies over a lifetime, like 33 years at a minimum, which is one generation. So the short-term experiments that they do themselves, or inner ones, are meaningless as far as I'm concerned. They don't prove anything. And it's also the bias of people looking at those who think that certain blood markers are bad or good. I say, show me the evidence that that specific blood marker is a bad thing or a good thing. Some people have a view about LDL-C. I don't have a negative view. I only worry, is it actually oxidized or not? Is it glycated or not? So if the pericellular matrix of the LDL is glycated and sticky because it can't maintain a negative charge and not basically stick to the endothelium, then I've got no problems. I only concern myself not how much is in the system, but whether it's sticky or not. You need a lot of sugar to make it sticky, one. Two, you need basically a lot of rancid oils to basically create oxidation in it and undermine its bilayers and do damage where you change the relationship and actually also compromise the integrity of that pericellular matrix and make it more vulnerable to interacting with the endothelium in a certain negative way. So it's a more complicated picture, let's put it that way. And when you look at these when they look at these lipid markers, that's why, me and Bart, when we look at, LDL cholesterol, triglycerides, all that, we don't give a shit. We're only concerned about what sort of glycation is happening. What sort of, are you putting in glycating products or not? Or are you basically putting anything that's causing inflammation? That's our concern. The rest of it's just basically associational claptrap. As I say to people, show me the evidence that mechanistically this works. I can show you mechanistic studies, go right back to the 83 and 84 on lipid peroxidation due to rancid seed oils in LDL, well known for a long time. But can you show me if the elevated LDL-C or low or whatever direct cause and effect? Nope. So for me, as far as it's concerned, it's basically a non-issue. It's a bust. I don't concern myself too much with that sort of stuff. Ah, yes. Dave's jumped into the fire. Ah, yes. You'll be smoked by a zombie. Better be careful, you boys. Lowest use of antibiotics, any form of animal in Europe, Norway. Oh, here we go. Oh, national flag, flag waving. Same here in Tasmania, mate. It's pretty good. In Australia as well, mostly. It's amazing. G'day, DC. God, we can see the food nationalism here. Flying. Everybody flying their colours. Was I'm silly with 95% of processed Australian pork. Products are imported here. Nearly 100% of our fresh pork products are local. It's annoying. Ah, yes, it is. Well, you can make your own cured meats. Ah, yes. So tell it how it is, H. Yeah, exactly. Thanks, mate. Sometimes, when it comes to certain people will embellish just for the fun of it. Harry, did you ever end up finding out about the soft raw cheese was and you were eating the other day? But oh yeah, fuck, I forgot. Sorry, AG, I did forget. I was going to look into that. I actually went to the IGA store and I bloody forgot. Ah, damn. Anyway, I'll try and remember one day in this week. I'll actually won't even eat it. I'll buy it and I'll put it in the fridge so I can actually show you. That's the best way because otherwise I'm going to eat it and I'm going to forget about it. How long do you think you would need to get rid of food to see if the impacted you negatively? It depends on the food. Yeah, like let's say seed oils. Seed oils can incorporate in cell membranes up to 7 years. It can take 4 to 7 years, depending on the amount, to basically cell turnover, and basically also get enough vitamin E and with glutathione recycling to stabilize all this tissue. Sometimes you may, let's say if you've got a lot, I had a lot, with fibrotic liver and a lot of other things, and I actually had to go very hard. So, because I had a lot of tissue and all that, and I had to basically go high doses of alpha lipoic acid, which is a massive electron donor, goes around. I flooded the system and basically just electron doning to stabilize all sorts of tissue. And then, a certain level of taurine to break down the fibrotic tissue and a few other things and all that. So it really depends. I can't give you one answer on that. It's just impossible. It takes time, depending on the tissue type, depending on all sorts of factors. Depending on the food thing. If it's sugar, within a couple of days, any deleterious effects, you can go on a fast, do a 3-day fast, and clear out your glycogen easily, or even go do a hard fast, like a dry fast, 24 hours. You're done. So obviously, when you come back into it, you need to go low carb, fat, and protein, and sort of allow the body to adjust, and back. But it depends what we're talking about. Different things have different effects and different effects on tissue as well. So it's much more complicated. The world is upside down. Send pork out of Australia and buy back processed pork from somewhere else. Yeah, it's the way it works. It's the way it works. It's the way it works. Yeah, I did make a comment about that earlier. We won't go there. We'll move on. Someone has explained to me that pathogenic bacteria sit on top of our microvilli, and as the old enterocytes, those little hair things, die off, the new ones proliferate, and some pathogenic bacteria come back down onto them. Look, it's a dynamic system. When it comes to the gut microbiome, there's not only bacteria, there's viruses, there's protozoa, there's fungi, and they're competing and they're interacting each other. viruses are infecting all these different things, and the other ones are sort of trying to push out different things, pathogens and all that. And as I said, it takes a time. It's a complicated picture, and they try and find their niches. Also they try and masquerade themselves, hide themselves. They try and signal to deceive. So they've got, it's a bit of evolutionary, warfare amongst them to to outfox the other one. So that's the reality in there. But at the same time, I think that importance to understand is that you need to basically support with a species appropriate foods, and then you will restore and improve that overall situation. So it takes time. Vitamin D is very important for beneficial bacteria to grow. So if you don't have enough vitamin D, you can't, let alone feed yourself with enough vitamin D, you can't feed the beneficial bacteria. I've talked about this before. I'm not going to go over it again about the 3-month B complex and blah, 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 and combination of vitamin D to restore your gut microbiome, beneficial ones, and then adding the Dietary ones that I've made heaps of videos to kill off the pathogenics or to limit their proliferation, also to increase the acidity of the stomach and bile flow, because that clears out the small intestine, and that's what we need to do. So that's important. That can only be a big problem with these pathogenics if bile is not flowing through the small intestine. So it's critical about this sort of stuff. And then, the sort of gut microbiome you end up with depends on a lot of other factors as well. Yep, we do. Yes, too much in that regard. But it's the supply chain nowadays. And that's why we realize with COVID how bad it was, that, because of just-in-time supply chain, it works when you don't have a crisis. When you have a crisis, things really go haywire. Been experimenting with adding some dairy lately and was wondering if one could increase lactose tolerance by just slowly adding more milk and yogurt. It depends on your genetics whether you can do that. If you've got genetics with lactopersistence, usually they will start responding and start transcripting enzymes to deal with it as you increase the amount. So yes, if you've got lactose persistent genes, I don't know whether you have or not. Obviously, if you're consuming raw milk, it does have lactase enzymes, which basically also helps in that process. If you're not consuming raw dairy, then it's really down to, do you have lactose persistency? And will your genes upregulate and transcript the enzymes required to deal with the lactose, or otherwise are you going to be on the toilet not being very pleasant? So yes. See, that's the problem, Richard. Bloody Blinky isn't here. Bloody Blinky isn't here to notify me. Oh, yes. It's the Roy hour, or it's late. Let me just show that one, because the other moderators aren't doing anything. Yes. Bloody wake-up call. How are you? What are your thoughts? I hear Mariotta saying that there are different types of lectins, ones in broccoli, for instance, are beneficial, and ones in zucchini and potato, tomatoes are toxic. Don't know enough about some of these differences. The problem is with broccoli, it's full of other things which are problematic at best. Not very good for your endocrine system, and also in some regards, even sulforaphane. I don't see it as it's a hermetic stressor. I see it as a poison, basically, as well. Exercise will give you hermetic stress. You don't need additional. I think it's garbage. Too many hermetic stresses can be a problem. I think plants in general have issues in terms of toxins, potatoes and tomatoes, obviously nightshades and all that. Zucchinis, it's very low grade, the stuff in zucchinis, from what I know. Maybe there are other compounds that I'm not aware of, but I haven't looked into it in a deep enough way. So I'll probably have to ask her next time. So yes, thanks for letting me know. But interesting. But then again, you know what? Raw milk, lactoferrin, lactoferrin, it binds lectins. So in the past, people consumed a lot of these things in a fermented way or whatever. They also prepared them in a certain way, and then they combined with a lot of dairy products, raw dairy products, with lactoferrin. It really bound the lectins and sorted them out. So that's probably a factor that's missing in today's diet as well. But, at the end of the day, whiskey, Harry, tell me it's good. It's great. Sorry. It's a liver poison, but a good liver poison. You just need more B vitamins if you're going to partake in that liver poison. So take 2 B complex vitamins, but make sure they're not the ones that have got cyanocobalamin and that sort of shit. Make sure they've got methylcobalamin and methylfolate in them, and they're basically no more than standard sort. I mean, you're not taking it every day, so it doesn't really matter what the dosage are, because you will bleed through when you consume alcohol and all that, and a lot of carbs. You will bleed through B vitamins like there's no tomorrow. So yes, I usually, when I've gone to these sort of events, retirement parties, birthdays, and I know I'm going to have some alcohol and stuff like that. Yeah, 2 B complexes before and 2 B complexes after when I get home with a glass of water, and then go to bed, and I'll wake up with no hangover. And hangovers, basically your detox system is sort of fucked because it's run out of the material, the cofactors it needs to basically keep on detoxing. So I actually throw in additional, like a bit of taurine before I go to bed, and choline, because one exports the fat out of the liver and also provides for methylation purposes, the choline, and taurine does support that, but also adds some sulfur amino acids that are required in the methylation process. So yes, so that all sort of helps with the whole problem. But yes, it's a nice poison. When introducing dairy after trying butter, should I start with yogurt, cheese, or milk? Thank you. Play around, see what works and what doesn't, what reactivity you have. Not everybody's going to be the same. Even people that have got lactose persistency can have a number of other issues, like a gut microbiome issue and all that, and may have certain issues. You may have a deficiency in lactobacillus type strains, which are very important as well for good for the utilization. And I find a lot of people that have a poor lactobacillus, and that again, glyphosate, which is a patented. It has been patented in the patent office of the US and many other countries as an antibiotic, and most plant compounds and foods that a lot of people consuming or even indirectly consuming, they basically do have, they do affect largely the lactobacillus, a number of other strains as well, but very heavily lactobacillus take a real big hit, which means that you really need to basically support the lactobacillus strains. Very important. And, because otherwise you may end up, there's a tendency, there seems to be a strong association between the lack of lactobacillus and constipating effects of dairy as well. So that's a bit of an issue that people need to work on. It's when you come out of the birth canal of your mother, you get coated with lactobacillus. That's how important it is. Say no more. And then you eat kibble, take shitloads of antibiotics, and never do anything to restore a proper gut microbiome, and you wonder why you have all these gut issues in the modern world. Yes, I wonder why. Do you think milk is better post-workout or pre-workout? Post is what I use it, both for the glycogen, but also for the anabolic effect of leucine and stuff like that that's going to be in dairy products. So post. 10 years, my best friend was doing Atkins, and I told her she was stupid and going to die now. I'm carnivore and she's trying to be plant-based. Oh God, crazy, isn't that crazy? Yeah, it's a madness. Uh, yes, that's just weird. Oh well, something wrong went there. Bloody hell. Harry, are there any studies that show us fruit is normal consumption is bad for health? Aren't all the fructose studies on extremely high consumption? Look, there are. I basically go from the principle that we've got good research showing that fructose is more glycating 7 times at least. Some more recent studies say they've got better data because of the sensitivity of their equipment to sense and better calculate glycation of proteins in the body from biopsies, and they tend to argue that it could be as high as 10, and it varies. It's a more variable number rather than that fixed 7. So 7 plus, you could say. I think that there's probably some truth in that regard, and that's in comparison to glucose. That's, it's probably, on average 8. So it would be the equivalent of somebody having 100 grams of fructose, similar to, having like 800 grams of glucose. So that's quite a bit. We're talking about, that's well over, when we're talking about kilocalories, obviously we're not a bomb calorimeter, but when we're talking about kilocalories, that is very high, well over 3,000. So there's quite a lot of energy coming in that regard. And that's the equivalent type of glycating effect that would have in that regard. So the research is quite clear that it does have a glycating effect, but the question of how glycating between the 7 and 10, it depends on a lot of factors. So I will say ranges between 7 and 10 based on research. It's probably averaging about 8 plus, and that's all I can say about that part in that regard about fructose. The other deleterious part of fructose, which most people, well, except me, talk about, is the deuterium content. Plants concentrate deuterium in fruit in particular. So fruit is much higher in deuterium than even, things like raw sugar or things like, it depends on the fruit as well. It can actually be anywhere between the same as raw sugar or worse in terms of deuterium content. And then there's, so it varies. As I said to one person as a joke type thing, if they put a gun to my head and they said, eat the fruit or eat the equivalent amount in raw sugar, I'd eat the raw sugar. I'm not kidding you, because it's going to be less anti-nutrients as well. Because both are, when it comes to nutrition, they've got very little anyway. So, and then I just do a fast for 24 hours and clear it out of my system, a dry, so. But what I'm trying to get at and trying to make people understand is that there is that angle as well. It's high deuterium. Obviously, not as high as seed oils. That's, like double the safe zone of 130 parts per million. But still, it's in the 150 to 60 mark parts per million. So, yes. So it's not as good. Let's put it that way. And it's quite costly. Bloody hell, you know. I mean, you get fruit out of season. You're paying import. You know, it's coming from across the sea. It's funny how people that basically are the sort of the most bigoted, you know, in terms of bashing people over the head about environmental things, you know, literally, you know, is the thing that drives me up the wall. Yeah. So how can I say? But the thing is, what people need to understand is that it's just a lot of beat up nonsense. It just drives me up the wall. I recently found a local farm that sells raw milk and beef, but I found out that they feed the cows corn grain. Should I go for the milk, or is it a pass? And what about the meat? Look, the animals tend to detox a lot of this sort of stuff. You know, they tend to clear all that. Even when you look at grain-fed animals, I've actually shown us some studies. The actual composition of the fats isn't basically that, you know, like that horrendous. I know there's a lot of people that sort of make a big fuss about it, but give me a sec. Just finish off my coffee because it's nearly 8 o'clock. Just get some milk coffee. It's actually nice. Mm. Mm-mm. But what was I saying? But the profile isn't as some people think that it is. You know, some people have this sort of I don't know, falsehood that it's something like a horrendous amount in that sense, but it's not. It's basically, I would say, far less in that regard. But you know, a lot of people are basically gonna make a big bloody friggin' issue of it for their own reasons. Um, I don't know why, but you know, it's one of those strange things that people seem to have this aversion or need to basically do that. But it's just the way it is. My sort of view is that if you can afford grass-fed, grass-finished meat, you're going to get more micronutrients from it if you can afford it. If you can afford organic pastured milk, it's going to be better, far superior in the micronutrient content. But I can't tell you what to buy or things like that, or whether to give it a pass. That's up to you, Tom. You sort of have to. I don't know your finances. I don't know that. In a sense, even that sort of nutrition is going to be superior to eating plants. Let's put it that way. So I usually say, compared to what? When you're comparing it to grass-fed, grass-finished, yeah, fine. You got an argument there. But if you're comparing it to kibble and, you know, animal foods that are basically have been or animals that have been fed, that then we get some of the food products from them, the differences are not that big. I mean, I've actually shown, you know, even with the pork and the foraging porks and the non-foraging porks, and the differences weren't dramatic. Because still every animal still needs to build tissue in a certain way and can still take a lot of lipid, fatty acids, amino acids, and recombine them. There's a whole lot of enzymatic process that can recombine them in the way the animal needs them. So you're not going to get these massive differences in that regard. It's not like you're eating something inappropriate, a species inappropriate thing, and you're going to basically derange a certain thing. At the end of the day, these animals take plants and they ferment them in their gut, and they create, fats and proteins from them, and then they consume those bugs in that acidic stomach, and that's how they derive most of their stuff. So it's not going to be a horrendous amount. The things that I concern myself mostly about that is a certain amount of glyphosate. Now it's going to be extremely low. Why? Because, like us, they've got in their livers, they've got, cytochrome P450 enzymes that can actually degrade and break these things down. A number of other, you know, methyl donors and all sorts of things, and biological processes that can actually eliminate a lot of these in there. Through bile, you can actually take out a lot of toxins and stuff like that. Even excess minerals. I mean, your bile actually removes it. This sort of, it's only when, people talk about, oh, I've got mineral, or a mineral overload or whatever that, and who are these people? They all tend to be plant-based people or kibble eating people that basically have poor gallbladder function. You need bile to excrete excessive minerals. That's how the body gets rid of them. Anything excessive, it gets rid of it through bile. It stores it in the liver and then gets rid of it through bile, and then through the feces. So I've never sort of subscribed to these sort of notions that it's going to be horrendously bad, in a sense. And even animals that are grass-fed and grass-finished could be consuming grass that has been sprayed with glyphosate. So is it organic? Is it organic grain? And is it organic pasture? I mean, is it? And so even that will be detoxed, but a bit will be left over. So it's a frustrating one for me. You can see, Tom, I'm frustrated because when I look at the literature, I can't see these massive differences, these massive benefits, or somebody please show me where I'm wrong type thing. I don't see it. And that's sort of what drives me, you could say, crazy about some of the nonsense that people talk about continuously. And it's like unrelenting. And I'm going, what the fuck? Don't you have a life in that regard? But it's crazy. So it's just, what can one say in that regard? Anyway, it's a wacky world. Anyway, we'll move on. New Conservatives after 60, you mean sixth generation, swing back or sideways. Oh, look, when it comes to Michael politics, at the moment we're living in a very strange. Traditionally, if you looked at the world in the past, people would swing between these different traditional political parties. Doesn't happen anymore. I mean, even the traditional parties are no longer traditional anymore. I mean, you've got, the sort of social democratic types, or, Democrat or social democracy or whatever, that basically are closer to the elites than the working class. And you've got conservative parties, which, while they're not close to the working class, they tend to pander to some of their demands. The politics of the world are very strange. They're like they're turned upside down. As I said, this is a crisis, an ideological crisis, a system in crisis, and a world in crisis. We have got to I wouldn't call it, we got to a stage where historically things are really gone haywire. in a sense. So yeah, it's basically really weird and wacky in that regard. So yeah, what can one say? Um, yeah, it's crazy when basically we've got young people that I know traditionally used to be radicalized when there was a crisis like that to oppose the elites, and now they're in bed with them, and supporting their kibble culture and kibble lifestyle and promoting it, and actually opposing older people who have got older ideas and think this is just crazy. So we've got even this, like in the past, the left right didn't have an intergeneration. You have people younger and older. You know what I mean? The mindset is what I'm talking about. It's a weird world we live in. It's not what it used to be. I don't know what to make of it in some regards. I mean, I see it as a crisis of conscious, a crisis of beliefs. We've seen the failures of, different types of isms, both free marketism, the different flavors of socialism and communism and all these different systems that have come through. And people basically now have nothing really, there's a few extremists at the edge, but even they really don't make traction. I mean, even in Greece, they were in a Great Depression, and you would think that a far-right party like Golden Dawn would have made traction. It only got to about 7% and then collapsed completely. So it tells you something, that people are no longer willing to jump on a bandwagon, because they've seen what these extreme politics have done in the past. So they're not willing to jump on that bandwagon. In some societies, they're more susceptible than others, but generally most are not. But people are just confused. They're just sitting there wondering, what the fuck's going on? And it's a real mess at the moment. And politically, you don't really know who to support. I don't. I tend to try and support a lot of independents. Why? Because on certain issues and stuff like that, because I can't really find, the mainstream is just all over the place. I mean, I agree with a few things in all different organizations, and I disagree with a whole bunch of other things. And you go, it'd be nice if one of those people would just jump out and take all these little bits and put it together and make it into a new entity. But yeah, what do you do? It's a wild, wild world. Harry, would you be able to explain how fructose is digested? Yes, it goes. It's a long. It basically is just very similar through similar enzymatic pathways within the liver. I mean, I couldn't actually. I'd have to see an image and go through and actually point them all out. I can't remember all of them. It's one of those things. And I know it goes through GT1 receptor, GLUT5, and then through out of GLUT2, yes, in the bloodstream. But it also, fructose is a funny thing. It actually can either be utilized in the liver. It can also be basically redirected toward glycogen or gluconeogenesis, or basically as most cases, it's usually converted in triglycerides as fat. That's what happens with alcohol. But it depends on a whole lot of things. As I said, these are dynamic systems. You can give a reductionist, I can go into Wikipedia and give you the outline of that process, but it doesn't always happen like that. I'm going to make a video on fructose metabolism, but it's going to be a very nuanced one, like I usually do, looking at all the different characteristics of fructose metabolism and all the intriguing, how it can actually go in all these different directions depending on what's happening in the system. And I think that would demystify much better. And that would be, it's going to be probably a 30 to 40 minute. So I can't give you that explanation in a few minutes. It's a long to explain the entire thing. But I will be making a video, probably in a month's time, next month. It won't be this month because I've got shitloads of things to do, but eventually I will. And I'll be looking at all these pathways because it's part of the series, the stuff that I've been doing about the repeat stuff and all that, and it's stuff that I said that I was gonna do, and I sort of, because other things have come up, but I will get into it in that regard. But yes, those receptors, are key in the sort of as transport, moving, shuttling through. But it's also important to understand that there are branch points, and fructose metabolism can go in a number of different ways. So it's not very, even glucose can actually create more fructose under certain circumstances. Usually only creates a few percentage points. If you're just having glucose and no fructose whatsoever, you'll still create a bit of fructose because it's, but if you're under certain derangements, like under the Randall cycle, you will convert up to 30% or more, because then you can actually shuttle that through the liver and actually convert it into triglycerides. So it's another way of storing, because you can't store glucose other than glycogen. So excess needs to be turned into fructose to be converted then into fat, into triglycerides. So it depends on a lot of dynamics in the body, which branch direction, where it branches here or there. So it needs a proper video to explain all the intricacies, and also tie back to the Randall cycle, which is really important, and tie it back to the different dietary approaches and how they affect the macros and all that, what people are doing, and how they affect how this sort of plays out. Very important. Somebody doing a vegan diet is going to be very different. Remember the Walter Kempner video that I did about even suggesting raw sugar? And that's got fructose. And it was used for energy, converted back from fructose to glucose. So there's a lot of different, depending on the energy flux and the types macro flux that are happening, have a lot of different changes and transcription factors in enzymes and all that. It's very complicated. Giving you a little simple reductionist thing of just a couple of things is useless to you. I need to explain it, how it really works. And then in future, when you hear someone say something about fructose, you can ask them then the appropriate question: in what context? What else is involved? What sort of diet? What sort of setup is that playing in? And then you can argue from that point, because you've got the data, you've got the proof. You can actually put it together and you can actually argue it much better. So yes, look forward to it next month. That is coming, because it is one that is part of that sort of continuation on my attack against repeat as well. So I'd have a bit of element of that sort as well. So I think a number of people find it interesting, especially in the carny community. So wait for it and you will receive at some point. I've found that girls who are really into Disney or have an obsession with animals are usually mentally unstable. It's a sure sign. You mean of vagoonerism? Yes, it is. Nature has a balance, but vegans don't care about the killing fields of animals with pesticides. Exactly, Bert, exactly. Billions and billions of little critters are annihilated for their kibble. Yes, checkmate. The entertainment's come back. Disney brainwashed children. Yep, little fucks that are brainwashed. Is that what you mean? Well, remember this video is, I do classify this as entertainment, and I do classify them not suitable for children. So YouTube, leave me alone. If she's drooling over animals, it could be a good sign, Bjorn. Oh, God, Richard. Are you calling him an animal? Let's move on. This is getting too serious, too funny, or whatever. Horses can be pests. Oh, anything can be a pest. Australia recently had a mouse plague. Oh, yes. We love our mouse plagues. Yes. The only thing is we haven't managed to export them to New Zealand. Hi, Harry. Why do you think that bacon helped the colon cancer? Thank you. I think it was because of the curing method that added also the actual the sodium. The sodium did the trick because the other meats didn't have salt, weren't cured, didn't have. I think it's the sodium because they were cured with salt, just salt. That was an older study. And I think that basically because let's not forget that salt is very important even in the mitochondria, in the electron chain. Yes, for energy production. So and it has a lot of other effects as well, biological effects. I'm not going to go into them because I do want to make videos on this. So I become a bit secretive about salt and a few others like taurine. I hold back and then I give you guys, once I've done the videos, and I usually release a lot of this stuff. But yes, that's what it was. So what do you think I use the word SSM? Yeah, I know it's not the other stuff that you're thinking, Richard or Bjorn, but it's, sun, salt, and meat. Exactly. Vitamin D, the salt, and meat as very important. The foundations of a good carny diet. Yes, very much so. I love animals and I have a Disney level relationship with most of the birds in my area. They love me because I feed them meat. They must be vultures. Oh, sorry, zombie. I couldn't help myself. I better move on. See, I've already offended one person in Australia. It's zombie. And with oh yeah, we've got plague proportions of rabbits in this country. Believe me, they're out of control. Ah yes, gotta love them. I remember going hunting once for wallaby, and we had this. I actually was calibrating my sight, basically shooting rabbits. I wasn't, just taking them out, and I was just making sure that the sighting was proper because mostly what you do is you go and put a mark on a tree. You stand back from the tree with your rifle, and then you basically make sure that you stabilize it, like, because if you're on the back of a ute or whatever, you've got that, so you can stabilize those, and then you basically take pot shots, and then you check, and then you make adjustments, and then you take another pot shot to see whether you're actually getting it correctly, you're aiming and all that. But once I did that, I had a bit of fun with the rabbits. Close and personal. Once I actually went after them with a shotgun. That was funny. Even my mate, my brother Sean, he looked at me and went, "You're fucking crazy." I said, "I'm having too much fun." He said, "I can see." Yes. I was in my 20s at the time, so yes. It's a long time ago. I probably wouldn't do that now. It's sort of, I'm a more respectable, well, relatively, senior member of the community nowadays. Our whole culture is based on denial of death, exactly. In every domain, that's why transhumanism is a dominant ideology today. Unfortunately, DC, it is. That is very true. We have this crazy denial of death or the cycle of life and death. And that is why we can succumb to this misanthropic, vile ideological thinking. It's not accidental. While we hate the flesh, even our own. It's crazy because of this death cult denial. It's a death cult. Yes, that's what transhumanism is. It's a death cult. unfortunately. Yes, quite, you could say, demonic. Local Muppets around here. go go out and feeding bread. Ooh, those are words of, ooh, you'll fire her up, she'll fire up. Recently I saw a hedgehog eating a dead bird. Good for the hedgehog. Kangaroo meat is my favourite. Actually, I prefer wallaby. If as far as the local fauna, and if you're going to actually eat kangaroo, the best part of the kangaroo, according to the Aboriginal ladies, it's the tail, the most fattiest and juiciest part. So you're going to eat the, usually, I mean, I've cut tails off and skinned them and actually eaten them from wallabies, but not kangaroos. And the only time I actually, we killed one, I didn't kill it, Andrew did, but we grabbed the whole kangaroo and just cut it all up and just gave it to the dogs, They'll eat anything. My neighbours hate me because every crow and magpie around is hanging out of my roof on fences. LOL. God, what a neighbour. You're not coming down to Tassie, are you? My old Hongkong neighbours feed the seagulls around here. Fucking birds shitting everywhere. Exactly. I know. Probably refer to that crazy bird lady. Yes, Bert. Flying in my bacon. Really, Michael? Bloody hell. That's radical. You must have a bit of quid. Like the video. Thank you. How's everyone? Oh, we're doing pretty good. We're having a bit of a, let's say, quite a few non-serious moments. Otherwise, the stream is moving in its normal, slow. How far? I don't even know how far I am behind on the actual. Probably quite far behind on the stream, but that's normal. I mean, you guys have known me for some time now. Yeah, quite a bit behind. Stop putting more things in the I can't keep up. Harry, should one be worried about a constant floating but formed stools on carnivore? Is there any other symptoms? I'm in my 30s and quite fit. DC, are they, just put it down quickly, are they basically brown coloured? Light brown coloured. If they're light brown coloured, it probably means if you don't have any pain or symptoms, there are no other symptoms or pains, I would suspect you may have had gallbladder issues. And what happens with some people, they have very tiny stones, but they tend to not form big stones. Like my father forms big stones, and he had one that came out and really put him in hospital with pancreatitis, because the ducts go through the pancreas, as you know. But what happens is a bit like me, sludge. And occasionally I've still got a bit of sludge and it's still coming out. And what happens is all I can do is emulsify it with taurine and slowly try and force it out. And occasionally I get stools that are sort of floaties type thing, which is basically a light color, brown. But it actually doesn't happen constant. It actually happens occasionally, which means that I'm sort of at the end of that. I used to get quite a bit, and I'm about nearly 2 years ago, quite a bit. It was quite annoying in some regards, but now it's sort of just occasionally happens. Stools are pretty normal. They don't float anymore, but they just slightly discolored, which means there's not enough bile to basically deal with them. But I don't get any fat globules and stuff like that. So I'm getting still enough flow of bile, but there's sludge there that's still coming out. That could be an issue. sometimes can be a thing. Look, none of us were born carnivores and had intergenerational carnivory. We basically came to it in the last couple of years, and we came from really poor diets and really poor things, and we did a lot of damage to our bodies, and now we're trying to sort it all out, and it takes time, unfortunately. You got to be patient. It's just the way it is. But yeah, it sounds more like something like that. I wouldn't say, since you've got no other symptoms, I would say there's no stones, it's just sludge. And how much depends on how much of this you may be in a much earlier stage than me. And it can take a couple of, 2 years, to really, now I hardly ever, I mean, the last time I actually got was about a month ago, where I got a bit discoloration. That was about it. Normally, I just have normal stools and stuff like that, smaller than I used to them compared to my carb days. But, it occasionally happens. There's still some sludge there, and it's still clearing out. Taurine is helping emulsify and break that down and sort of move it along, but they're still there. And that's, it's just the reality of the situation. So, yeah, all I can say is get a bit of taurine into you. If you're eating enough meat, you should get enough, but probably a supplementation would help sort of speed the whole thing up. Initially, you may get a bit more diarrhea or loose stools when you initially do it, and then eventually that will happen for a smaller amount of time, and then that will slow down. Do about 2 grams so you don't, really push things too fast. And I hope you're not on blood pressure meds. If you are, very slow in going in that direction, basically. So do not go fast, because it lowers blood pressure as well. So you got to adjust your blood pressure meds then. Europe bought 2 million doses of Novavax recently. UK bought 60 million, hoping they get approved by the end of the year before the pressure gets too bad. Not sure if we will ever get Indian vaccines here. Yeah, look, no idea. I'm reviewing them at the moment. As I said earlier, I've still got studies and documents that I have to translate from Hindi that are not in English. They're not internationally published. So I'm trying to get as much information about them. I can't recommend anything out of India yet. On general principles, some of them look okay. Probably will maybe end up really good, even better than a lot of the Western ones in terms of efficacy, the way they're put together. But I can't say that yet until I've looked at the research. So you've got to be patient with me. Sorry, but I still have a day job and, a lot of other things to do. So, but I'm trying to get the stuff out. It's not as if they're going to be appearing tomorrow in the marketplace and you have to make a choice. It's going to be later this year. So I've still got a bit of time to do the research on and off, but I will be probably next month. I hopefully should have some sort of video out at that stage about them. It could happen earlier, depending if I get a bit of free time and I'm actually able to put something together, I will, and make sure that provide sufficient information for people. I'm also trying to start, I haven't done it yet, but I will, once I've done the Indian stuff, I'm going to start looking at some of the supply chains, what countries have ordered what from where, just to try and get an idea. Initially, I'm going to, I'm an Australian, so I will prioritize Australia first. People just need to accept that. And then I'll look at other countries as well in what's happening in terms of deliveries and accessibility and all that. So it's going to be interesting calling different departments and trying to find out some of this information. I do have both relatives and friends in different government organizations, and I do have people in the medical fraternity. One of my cousins, she's a pharmacist, so she does have good connections. Well, she's a consultant for multinational, so she has good connections within the pharmaceutical industry. So I'll be querying her to find out what's happening. She may know more than some others in that regard, so we might be able to get some intel on what's happening in terms of stuff getting into the country. Yeah, so that's my focus on trying to find out. I can't promise anything, guys. I will only be able to say what I can find, and while I can, try and find as much possible, it's not always practical. People just need to understand. Anyway, let's move on. Let's try and catch up. Yes, the birds. Oh, yes, the birds. And maybe we can't cure pork for some days. By Western Aid Price article, eat pork. You need lightly salt and use some vinegar on the pork. Yeah, that's a traditional way that even some people in Greece have used that. They use wine vinegar primarily for that purpose. It's quite a popular thing. Yeah, look, no idea about the numbers. Just bought 15 million dose of Moderna and pushed Novavax to next year. Annoying. Australia just really? Okay, I haven't looked into it. You heard that? I haven't heard it from officially, so I haven't looked into it. So if that's the case, God, that's really annoying. Fuck, another mRNA. That's all we bloody need. More of that garbage. Oh well. We'll have to wait. We'll have to wait until next year. I need to crawl into bed. You do that, mate. Thanks for being around. Thanks for the entertainment as well and the jokes aside. To all my Kiwi friends, thank you for supporting this channel. Take care. Yeah, and see you, mate. Hey, Richard, you probably will hear this tomorrow when you wake up. I should get you back on and have a bit of a chat as well on one of the live streams at some stage. So, do a Kiwi thing and the Aussie, me, Bart, yourself, have a bit of a sort of like a round table thing about local things as well. So I'll chat to Bart, see what even if it happens on his channel, I don't care really. It's yeah. Apparently saying they will push for approval in UK in September. Okay. There's a lot of stuff because that's what the thing. It was supposed to be also for Australia in that period of time around September. So bloody government in this country. Here's the O2 milk. Bullshit, Harry. Pretty much. If you want to be really truthful. Look, raw milk does have lactoferrin, and that plays a very important role. I don't want to give too much away. I will make a video on A1 and A2 milk. It'll be interesting. Like all my videos are interesting in the insights that they have. So I'm not going to go into it at this stage. Don't give too much away. Shut up, Harry. Yes, Roy's correct. Shut up, Harry. And we will get to that in a good video that I hope all of you will enjoy at a future date. So that's another one that's in the pipeline, and I have to do another one, which I've been promising about the bacterial strains which help with lactose persistency. So I haven't done that either. It's not slack; it's a matter of bloody lack of time. Trying to get all these things. Too many things. I mean, I give you bits of snippets here and there, but I'd like to put, the evidence behind, create the video that actually goes, well, this is why I'm saying this, and here's my evidence. And that's sort of part of the thing, so you could say the focus in that regard. It's like, I've been saying lactoferrin and, and you with COVID and stuff like that. But the recent video actually showed how it works with the immune system. But I talked about it here and there, but because I wanted to make the video as well. got to understand, you still need the clicks, guys. You still need the clicks. I still need the clicks in that regard. I sometimes give away a bit too much, as Bart would say, and I need to hold back until I do the videos and get the clicks, and then I can just talk about it easily, freely, because I've done the video, I got the clicks, and anyway, you got to get the clicks. Yes. Dairy despite lactose is a simple choice. Yes, it is. It is. That's true as well. G'day, Sarah. Sonia. Yes, yes. Oops. What is? Thank you, StreamYard, for going all over the place. Okay. Yeah, just flew off the handle. Yeah, good evening to you as well. So we are Barbados. Good to see you, mate. So we are beating off eating a tablespoon of two of sugar instead of a fruit. Hey, I've got to be amusing somehow, to make a point about deuterium. Obviously, there are fruit that are much lower in deuterium and similar to table sugar for the same amount of fructose. That is, that's what we're talking, fructose to fructose. But there are also fruit that have the same amount of fructose, but tend to have a higher amount of deuterium. It's just because of the way it concentrates. Honey is very high in deuterium. But then there are periods of the year when it isn't as high. See, because the bees actually use deuterium as a growth factor. So to, grow the little young ones. So that's why it's concentrated. But when the tribal people eat it, they don't eat it as honey. They actually eat it within the waxy stuff. And a lot of that is protein and fat with a very small amount of honey in between. So when you look at it, it's not ketogenic, but it's low carb in some regards, depending on the season, that is. So, because even Mary got a bit and saw and told me the composition, and I've actually checked the composition and I've looked at exactly how much protein, how much fat, how much fructose, all that is in those combs, and it depends on seasonality. But yeah, so I talk from knowledge when I make these arguments. I don't talk out of my sort of rear end. But it's but at the same time, you've got to make it, Barbados, you've got to make it a bit amusing as well and entertaining. So it's not exaggeration. It's just basically entertaining. I'll put a gun to my head and I'll have raw sugar. It's funny. We've got to provide a bit of material for Lukey. I give him ideas, and he actually creates memes, and stuff like that with me. And it's funny as fuck. I enjoy them. A lot of people would be offended if people did that sort of stuff for them and having them in that regard. But sometimes you have to laugh at yourself. Can't take yourself too serious. And if you can't do that, you basically, you probably shouldn't be in this game. I have a really thick skin, and that's why it's just water off a duck's back for me. I don't really, so people have called me all sorts of things, being Greek, they call you, back ender, and stuff like that and all that. And I go, come here, give me a kiss or stuff like that. And I turn it back on them, any of that sort of shit. And it's usually they that go red in the face and all that, and they start trying to escape because of their homophobic, thinking. So, yeah. Anyway, I got sidetracked there for a moment. But yes. You got to entertain yourself. You got to laugh at yourself. Oh, yes, Bert. Yeah, I know. Where the fuck is Blinky? Maybe the power ate him. Or actually, so, there's even a better one. Apparently, some scientists are saying that frogs are being affected. And they're dying out in big numbers recently in Australia. Fungi have been eating them up and devouring them. Maybe Candida has eaten Blinky. There it is. You heard it first here. Blinky has been snuffed out by Candida. That frog has been done. Has been finished. Can you get... Well, that's why I'm nearly there. I'm nearly there. So I've just preempted the whole thing and got rid of him. It's a fungal disease, you know. We've just basically gone over there to Western Australia and we've infected him. We've given him the fungal jab, but he's gone. He's gone. He's smoked. Ever seen us? Yes. The only thing we did was we did forget to basically export the frog legs to the French. A bit of a failure on our side on that. We could have capitalised as well, but very much poor management from our end. Yes. Actually, I've even got a theory on the frogs. I'll give you actually my theory. When I first heard it, I always have these lateral thoughts. I'm going, why aren't these academics, how fucking low is their IQ? They can't even work this one out. How fucking stupid and retard do you have to be to not be able to work it out? It's so obvious, you know? Let's put it this way. On the skin of frogs, what do you get? On even our skin, what do we have? Our gut microbiome, what is it made of? I've told you guys plenty of times. Bacteria, fungi, protozoa, all this sort of stuff, okay? We've talked about this. Okay. Now, you put in the environment, you've got a lot of agricultural runoff of Roundup, glyphosate. That glyphosate gets in the river systems. That glyphosate has an antibiotic effect on bacteria. We know that because they've got a patent. Monsanto's has a patent in a number of countries in Europe, Australia, and many other countries as an antibiotic, because you never know. They may be able to sell it as an antibiotic in the future. Lucky us. It has an antibiotic effect. Now you get this runoff of Roundup that's been, because remember they spray this intensely, massively in the environment to basically kill off all weeds and all that, to allow their kibble to grow. Massive amounts. That gets into the streams. It acts as an antibiotic on the skin of these poor frogs like Blinky. Yes, devastating. A tear in my eye. And poor Blinky loses his bacterial protection on his skin. And the fungi take over because they've got nothing. Remember, fungi and bacteria compete. So the fungi take over and kill and eat up Blinky. It's an appalling situation. The kibble got him in the end in an indirect way. What do you think of my hypothesis? Not a bad one, wouldn't you think? And you hear these academics talk about this. Oh, we don't know and all that. I go, how fucking retarded are you? They're all probably vegetarded, brain fogged, and can't work it out that it's basically their kibble that's killing the frogs. Crazy. I know what it is. It's the animal farts. That's what they'll come up with next. Yeah, they probably have come. Oh, it's actually, one of them said it's probably due to global warming. You know, how fucking retarded. I mean, we've had higher parts per million in terms of carbon in the atmosphere when frogs were still around a long time ago, even before we existed. Millions and millions of years. But these retards are going to come up with this sort of bullshit about global warming. What can one say? When the simple fact is glyphosate is basically damaging the bacterial, remember, you need to credit very, like, acidic for your skin to maintain the beneficial lactobacillus bacteria? Rub a bit of lemon juice all over you to make it more acidic and more inviting environment for the lactobacillus bacteria, the acid-loving bacteria. That will look after your skin quite a bit more than some of these dodgy creams. And then basically, keep also fungus and fungus attacks under control. Too much of these antibacterial stuff that we're putting on our bodies is creating fungal epidemics. Yes, this COVID is going to create a lot of problems for us as well. Yes, crazy world we live in. Yes, bloody crazy. Yes, good on you. Yes, basically, good bacteria being killed by that crap. That's exactly right, zombie. And that's, the glyphosate is what is doing the damage to the poor old frogs. Yeah, so Blinky's gone forever, unfortunately. It's a devastating thing. Yes. We don't know where he is. We can't even cremate him. Yes. I want to do something like a full cremation, like put him on a spike. He'd love that. He'd see the funny side of that. And then light him up. Ah, yes. He's going to see this. You know what? He's going to go ape shit on the next video. That's if he's still alive. You never know. He may survive. He may have heard and maybe literally wiping himself, with lemon juice to bring all those acid-loving bacteria back. Ah, yes. And kill off the pathogenic ones, which prefer an alkaline environment. Yes, and so does fungi. It prefers an alkaline environment. Oh, yes, have your alkaline water, you vagoons. Ah, yes. And fuck yourselves over with Candida. Harry, how do you... I'm losing it. Sorry, let me just... AG. Harry, how do we know if we have lactose-persistent genes? Yeah, you do a 23andMe thing. Yep. Does it show on... Yep, it does. It does. I did it and checked mine. So I've got lactose-persistent genes into old age. Yes. Anyway, there is any study that can show my family to say why Novavax is better than others. Thank you. My video. There's no studies comparing vaccines. There are none. All the studies are basically doing is looking at how one vaccine, whether it's got what results it's got in terms of COVID. That's pretty much it. And the other thing that they talk about is how they've put them together. But they do not talk about their side effects or issues or stuff like that. You have to look in the oncology field to see mRNA issues to understand why long COVID is happening because of these vaccines and all that. You have to make those connections using this, not basically using wanking with this, but using it actually and making those connections. And if people aren't prepared to do that, what can you do? I can only present the information by collating it together and giving it to them without them having to do the research. Are they going to do the research? No, they won't. Even if there was a study, they wouldn't look at it. So it's pointless. In many cases, you have to hope that they wake up to themselves or take a look at this sort of stuff. Yeah, it's hard. It's look, most of my relatives or friends usually only come to me once they have problems. That's when they go, oh, Harry probably knows how to sort this out. Yes. Is there an lactoferrin in cow's milk brand you showed us from Australia? Raw milk, most lactoferrin. Look, there is a bit of lactoferrin in even pasteurized, but most of it is pretty much annihilated. It's like vitamin C is definitely killed off completely. You'll find none in pasteurized milk, but lactoferrin you may find a bit, depends on the pasteurization. Long life, absolutely none. in that sort of milk. That pretty much is devoid of most things. You're only getting macros nearly in long life milk. It's just pasteurized, too high temperature for too long. It's just not good. Also, do you need to have that with lectins to help, or can you drink it from later? And some benefits. Look, if you consume it, we're talking about AG. You can get supplemental, like the Jarrow formulation, and so you can have one of those with a meal, in a sense. So I hope you're not eating kibble yourself, but if you've got family members like children and stuff like that, yeah, it's probably a good idea for the children if they're going to have some of that sort of stuff, or a cheat. They're going to go to a birthday and they're going to cheat. You might as well give them something that's going to give them some protection against the lectins damaging their little guts as little kids, which are much more vulnerable. So that's the reason why I provide this information. Now, I expect you as adults to have common sense to realize that basically you can't go around just popping pills and hoping for the best. There's a Randall cycle implications and all sorts of things. There's the deuterium that's going to basically damage your mitochondria. So lactoferrin is not a panacea to basically go out and cheat like there's no tomorrow. That's not a healthy way of living. You're going to pay for it. It can mitigate a bit, but you've got all the other deleterious effects, deuterium, Randall cycle, blah, blah, blah. So really, this is for specific cheat days when it's basically, for social occasions when required. That's why I've got it there. I've also got it for COVID there as well, for those sort of purposes. So it slows down replication, the capacity for the damn thing to get into the cells. That's why I use that sort of stuff. It's not basically to basically go on a bender, so to speak, with a lot of junk food. But you've got to have family, friends, or people that may not be inclined, or older people that are in a nursing home, like parents or stuff like that. How do you help them? These are sort of things like lactoferrin, like basically taurine, leucine supplementation to help them basically maintain their muscles in that poor protein environment. These sort of things. These are just sort of strategies that can help. They will not mitigate 100% a lot of the deleterious effects of what these people are exposed to, both young and old. But what they can do is they can reduce or slow down the damaging effects with some of these biohacks. That's all they are. Yeah. It just binds to them. That's what it does. Because basically they cause inflammation in the gut, and they also damage the gut lining. So they're not very good players in that regard. In simple words, someone support you. And they also can attack if they get through a leaky gut, they can also attack the endothelium as well. Well known, and it's sort of associated with cardiovascular disease. So getting back to this, some support. Fluffy Rainbows, how are you? 989. Now, Bert, someone supports your devious plan towards Blinky. Oh, yes, it seems it's a go. Fuck, I don't care what it gets me to 1,000. Sorry, Blinky, you're a write-off. See ya. Poor Blinky. His ghost will come back and haunt me. Harry, is the very simple term deuterium disrupts and slows down the ATP energy. It actually can break the nanomotors. So that's the problem inside the mitochondria. Trying to explain it to a skeptical friend. Look, I'm going to make a video next month on deuterium and how it actually works and stuff like that. So yeah, you'll have some ammo then. I still have to focus on. I'm really behind on a lot of things. So I'm going to try this week and next week to get all my little myths and falsehoods of veganism videos done, the little ones, the 5 to 10 minute ones. So you guys have got some ammo. So they're a priority at the moment. And even some of my friends that I actually were discussing them, and even one of them today, even Ling, she goes, I mean, I've had comments, with other people and all that. What are you going to make those? I go, oh, I'm going to make them. So yeah. So I'm under the pressure even from family and friends to basically make them in that regard. So that's a bit of a priority, trying to get them out of the way. And yeah, so look, I know, like, there's so many subject matters. I'm just overwhelmed, to say it simply. And all I can say to people is, it's coming. You just have to be patient. If I didn't have a day job and this was my full-time job like Bart's is, I'd have the time. I'd be making videos every day, even probably more than many others do. But, I'm not. I'm working, getting late back, and, hardly any time, and you're tired, and it's just the way it is. And occasionally you'll do a video, and then you just leave it there and sort of deal with it the next couple of nights, putting it together, processing it and all that sort of stuff, and then uploading it. So yeah, so it's a bit like that. Anyway, social media makes left and right look like morons. I'm ready to disconnect for left and for right people are basically saying the same shit. Yeah, pretty much. They only disagree on certain things, but most of the other stuff is just what I call political excrement. People have just lost the plot. They don't realise they're just being manipulated by Twiddledum and Tweedledee. At least basically when you look at the Soviet Union or look at China, there's one party, who the elites are. They're there. In the West, it's two major parties and it's interplay. It's all the same. If you take a look at the rich people behind who finance and promote them through the media and all that, they're the same people, It's just basically like, we'll give you the chance of going for one soccer team or another soccer team, but you've only got those choices. Any other one that could actually threaten the system, we're going to make sure we keep them out of play. So, as I said, they are elected aristocracy. That's all they are. It's a phony democracy, in a sense, with limited rights and stuff like that, which is the reality. Direct democracy is a different animal altogether that really gives power to the commons. Something that they tried in Greece nearly after the revolution of independence from the Turks, the Ottomans, to be more precise, because that's what they were called then, because it was a multi-ethnic state, controlled primarily of, Turkish-speaking people, but generally it was still. And at that time, it was snuffed out by the British because they saw it as a threat that could give other ideas to other populations. Actually, I also learnt that, this was a while ago, but I've learned this as well. Most people don't know this. In the US, when the War of Independence happened, there was actually discussion about this, about direct democracy and all that. And a lot of there was some rebel leaders that wanted it, direct democracy in the US, but there was a lot of powerful interest groups that were financing, like some of the wealthy people that basically put the brakes on that very quickly. And that's why it never happened, even in the US. And even another funny thing that I actually learned, there was actually discussion whether they should basically talk, where the official language of America should be English or Greek. Yes, Greek. Funny. Yes, because of the democracy, the thing like that, they thought that maybe we should basically make a complete cut with Britain after they rebelled and actually used the language of the ancient Greeks, the birthplace of democracy, and use Greek. Had that happened today, all Americans would be speaking Greek. It'd all be Greek to me. Yes, this channel probably would be in Greek. Crazy, isn't it? There you go. You've just learnt another thing. Transgender athlete, Lorraine. Hubbard has disappointed after her Olympic debut. She said she worked her balls off for a gold. That's why we love you, Bert. We love the comedy. I should have expected this. I should have read it a bit. I was just sort of lazily going through it, and I'm going, oh, it's a comedy piece. Thanks, mate. Yes, yes. Oh, I'm not even going to get into that because I'll get deleted from YouTube if I say anything in that direction. You know my views. In terms of biology, there is male and female, and there's a Y and X chromosome, and I won't say anything beyond that before I get into trouble with YouTube here. Anyway, let's move on. Politics is too corrupt. Last year was the same time. Yeah, I voted because you thereby support a system that is broken. Yeah, look, it's hard. It's hard. It's hard. We're a one-party system. It doesn't matter what you vote. The result is always the same exactly. What's the difference? Bird, I'm using one. It's a ripper. God. Yep. Yep. Always the same. Ah, yes. You cynical bastards. You're as bad as me. Giving a platform for adults that act like children. Exactly. Perfect description for social media. Yes. Yes, very much. Making people lose their resilience and empathy. Yes, very much. Very much. Yes, it was a very good question. Which one was that? I'm trying to remember now. The lactoferrin. Yes. Yes, good stuff. Before social media, we knew how to love people, get into and agree with or find common ground. Now, days into zero tolerance and cancel everyone until we have no one left. Yeah, it's weird. I've actually seen young people having conversations on their phone over social media. They're right next to each other, and I'm going. And I actually, because someone related, and I'm connected to in Facebook and other things like that. And I actually looked and was seeing, and I'm going, what they're talking amongst themselves. That was weird. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, crazy. Don't you have a mouth to talk out of? Yes. Yes, we don't find salvation in politics like some people tend to think now. Yes. Pretty much forget about all that. Heading the fifth political party I'm starting. Look, at some point things will happen. When I retire in 5 years, I don't know. Dad asked me because one of my uncles was in politics in Greece, and Dad asked me once, "Are you considering?" And I said, I did have that thought did cross my mind once, and then it sort of dematerialized out of my synapses, and I wondered why I had that thought. But I don't know. Who knows? That's 5 years away. Would I last very long in that environment? Probably not. I'm sort of the maverick that basically everyone will hate. So, you know, do I want basically millions and millions of people hating me? Or putting up with shit continuously day in, day out? I would rather start a movement to basically try and bring back direct democracy in one form or another, to limit the political class in how they can dictate and have like a dictatorial power over us. That's would be a much more constructive movement, like gaining direct democracy through increments. Because the problem is you're not going to get it extremely fast. It's going to have happen through increments, where for certain major things like going to war or this or that, major things, they have to basically put it to the vote to the people, not only Parliament. So things like that. But those sort of things are sort of less radical. You could probably convince the average punter out there that it's not a bad idea. Much harder to convince them about direct democracy because they're being told that you are dumb and these enlightened philosopher kings know what they're doing. No, they don't. But that's what we're told, and then we're being brainwashed that way. So in order for the commoners to have more, courage, more confidence in their capacity, most people, the average person, if you tell them something, they usually come up with pretty good ideas because they're not compromised. They're not basically, they will look at something and go, yeah, they won't take an interest position. They'll say, what's the best thing for the society? Most people are quite reasonable in that regard. I mean, the Athenians were able to do it. They built an empire, the Athenian Empire, through the Delian League. So, it's bullshit to say that common people can't pull together and actually get a thing to work. That is absolute bullshit. But if you divide people and you put, and with lies and manipulation and all that through, orators and through what we call media and all that, which is controlled by interest groups that are pushing agendas, it's much harder in that environment. That's why I say it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take a very long time. And the best thing we could do is basically contribute to the beginning of that, such a thing, in terms of promoting, small increments, like, referendum type things and like major decisions that have to go through a sort of a plebiscite type thing. Things of that sort that slowly take away the power from, the elected aristocracy, as I call them, and give part of that power back to the commoners. And over time, that will increase as long as, movements emerge that actually push that and make the society way better in the long run. It'll take time, but you've got to start somewhere. It's simple as that. Anyway, I want to be vaxxed, but I want certain vaxxers. Yes, me too. If I have to be able to travel and stuff like that, yeah. But unfortunately, thanks StreamYard for doing that. Yeah, such a pleasant platform. Thank you so much for losing my spot. Yes, and what's Bert saying? Zombie, it seems. If sources are legitimate, Israel was studying the effects of the current vax on women ovaries over the next year. That's probably a good thing. We need longitudinal 5 to 7 years. That's what we've done in the past with all vaccinations, with vaccines. That's why I don't have a problem with older vaccines. Why? And I've shown you my vaccine booklet, and I've talked about a number of vaccines that I've had, but I've actually studied them, looked into them, and know what groups are vulnerable and what aren't. And I didn't fall into any of those categories and had no side effects whatsoever, no issues whatsoever from them. But there are groups, but they've actually been studied and they know them, who they are and all that. They've identified a lot. But the problem is the current stuff, when I play Russian roulette, bzzz, exactly. And that's the problem. So that's why, for me, Novavax and a few of the others that are traditional in the way they're designed is, based on paper, the way they look, it's probably the least problematic and egregious and something that I'd be willing to take a risk if I had to, compared to anything else. So named screen scrolling meat eaters sounds good. Thanks, DC. Google for the study. Okay, so that's the... Oh, I actually can't do that. I can't copy it in there. Can I have to find it in the actual stream? So another annoying thing in StreamYard, you can't actually select and copy. So where the hell is it? Where am I? Oh, I'm in Tassie somewhere. Bear with me for a sec. Here it is. Found it. Okay, so what am I Googling? Okay, the ovarian. Yep, gotcha. Okay, clinical trial. Yep. So Sheba Medical Center is doing it. That's one of their big medical centers in Israel. Pretty good one in that regard. So effects of mRNA vaccines on ovarian reserve. Okay. So where are they? So what are they doing? Pfizer or Moderna? Okay, so they're looking at both. I'll just put it in the chat thing since I'm able to put it there. Okay, women in reproductive age. So basically they're looking at 18 to 42. So inclusion criteria, no previous exposure to COVID-19 vaccines, first or second dose, no known COVID-19 infection. So they're basically looking at really clean people, and then they're actually giving them the vaccine to see the premature ovarian exclusion criteria is premature ovarian failure. So people that have got already existing conditions, endometriosis, polycystic ovary syndrome, pregnancy, fertility treatment. So anybody that's got any underlying condition of any sort are excluded, which is good. So they're basically looking at healthy women within that age bracket that have not been exposed to the virus, have not had any of the vaccines as of yet. And so they're basically going to randomize those women and then look at what happens. Interesting. And so they're recruiting at this stage, from what I can see. Okay. So that was the update I posted this year. Okay. It's probably another one that I'll have to basically include and monitor and keep an eye on, because I've got another I've shown you a couple of trials that I'm sort of monitoring to see where they're going to be at, because they can take a year or two, and and until they happen. But I sort of want notifications to basically be sent to me so I can then look into it, because going to be interesting. I suspect there's going to be a lot of long COVID symptoms and conditions and stuff like that. And that's another thing that I'll be focusing on probably next month or the month after, at looking at, some sort of comprehensive long COVID protocol to develop. And maybe even earlier. I know people want it. I've basically set up to now, up until recent, ivermectin and vitamin D, but I'm actually looking at certain other things that could potentially be incorporated into such a protocol to sort of help. There's a couple of other things, but I'm still a bit lukewarm on them. I don't think really very highly of vitamin C, unless you're on a kibble diet. It may help, but not directly, but indirectly. So it's a number of those sort of factors in that regard. Anyway, yes, accusations, Scott, scurrilous accusations. Yes. Who knows? Did you have anything to do with Blinky? When were you last around Blinky? Would butter still beat work the miracle of raw milk? Should be concentrating lactoferrin. I don't know. That's a simple question. Answer: I do not know what the concentration of lactoferrin. There's probably a bit in butter, but basically the way it's done and the way they actually remove a lot of the fats from the remainder, I suspect most of it gets lost. You get a bit of protein and you get a bit of lactose, but I suspect you would probably get a bit of lactoferrin, but not a lot. So because remember also you're removing a lot of the water content in it, and to a large extent, when you do that, you'll lose a number of things like lactoferrin. So yeah, I don't know. Basically, I'm guessing that it would have far less than raw milk, but I could be wrong in that regard. I think I'm not. This is a guess on my part, but I don't think that butter has a lot of lactoferrin personally. But I could be wrong. So, yes, I haven't researched it basically. I've just looked at milk in that regard. When you process things and all that, different things that get lost, different compositions change. So when I look at butter and stuff like that, I see it as, a source of fat soluble vitamins. The protein part, a source of water for soluble vitamins and stuff like that. Yeah. Don't know. Now you got me thinking. I need to look into it and find out. You stumped me there, llama. God, there you go. Harry doesn't know. Well, Roy doesn't know something. Let's not include Harry in this one. Harry's a bright young lad, middle-aged. So according to some people, anyway. Let's move on. Harry, I have this theory years ago. Yeah, that was the bacteria. Yeah, so yep, exactly. Yes, poor Blinky. Devastated. Not really. Hey, he's probably been locked up potentially in Sky's dungeon. Yes, she's keeping him under lock and key, protecting the world from Blinky. Well, Novavax is being tested before release, but the others are being released before testing. Basically, that part more. Yeah. I don't know what the fuck's happening. Why is Novavax? Yeah, this is the thing. I've looked at some of the others that actually got faster, sort of, through the system. And here you got Novavax that's tried to cover a lot of things. One, it's localized effect. Two, they put prolines there to prevent the damn thing from binding to your cells, and it can only go to the receptor, but it can't go into the cell. It basically can't cleave off any spikes because those spikes are basically, they've mutated the bond, so it can't be cleaved off or broken off. They've done all these sort of safety elements. They've made it in a number of ways superior to anything out there on paper. let me remind you, on paper, and then it's going through the ringer compared to some of the other ones that have got well-known side effects. I mean, Johnson & Johnson's got neurological side effects as a viral vector one, and it's caused a number of deaths and neurological disorders in a number of people. Ugh. And, Novavax literally went through with flying colors, more or less. I mean, there were one or two cases, but they weren't related to the virus. It was just basically, and I think one of the cases was even in the placebo group, had nothing to do with Novavax anyway. So, I mean, don't know. It's weird. It's just weird. I'm not being conspiratorial, but it's just weird. And then recently, all these people jumping out of the bandwagon and literally going, crazy about Novavax, how being so bad. And I'm going, huh? And all the stuff that they're talking about, like the prions and all that, it's all garbage. Not even based on reality. It's like, are you on a different planet, mate? What's the fucking wrong with you? Have you had your head, up somebody's ass, or what the hell's going on? It's just nonsense of disinformation. And it's not even, it's baseless, or some people have asked me all sorts of questions. I go, well, it doesn't replicate. It's got no mRNA. So why are you asking this sort of question? Or, when it comes to, I'm going, well, do you realize even the receptor in actual COVID itself has a prion? So what's the fucking difference? I mean, all the spikes in this have, but it's not a dangerous one. It's a alpha one, which is not dangerous at all. So you got nothing to worry. So, I mean, if you think somehow in your crazy mind it's a beta, which it's not, it doesn't have a beta protein folding, period, like mad cow, then we're all fucked, because the virus has the same thing. And, that's where they got the spike from. Then the whole humanity is a write-off, basically. So kiss the whole human race goodbye. It's bullshit. Coronavirus has been around for years, that have this sort of prion in their spikes. So it's not a new thing. COVID-1 had it. I think I showed that on the video and all that. It's just ridiculous, some of this stuff. I don't know who invents this garbage. It's just, don't people have anything else to do? Maybe they should basically watch some interesting movies and play with themselves. God, I might get a life, is what I say. Talk about real issues like the clotting factors, the neurological stuff, things like real that we know. We've got research, we've seen evidence of these things, the autoimmunity, the long COVID symptoms, real things that happen to real people. Not some imaginary bogeyman that these people come up with. You go, and and they got therapies for these things. Yes, snake oil merchants, and he's been convicted for fraud in the past. That guy yeah, exactly. Oh, great. We're talking about people of integrity. God almighty. I had actually one cockwomble today have a go at me about because I criticize this guy. Must be worship the ground he walks on. I don't want anybody worshipping my ground that I walk on. Some of it's not very clean. So, I mean, fuck's sake, get a life, these people. I'll actually show you this. It's really funny. I actually replied back. And that's the video there. Where is it? Oh, sort of by the latest, newest. Where was it? Or was it some on one of the against one of the others? I think it was, maybe it was on one of the others. Oh, there you go. Here it was. And it's on the prion one. And oops, turn that off and share. It's funny. I mean, I get amused by these cockwombles. They come in, no evidence whatsoever. They make claims and all sorts of things. They got absolutely no evidence whatsoever. Nothing. They don't even put an argument, like a healthy argument. I mean, God, even some vegans actually do better in the arguments they put. These guys are just like fanatics. And if we go to this point here, where he talks about, let me just stop the sharing for a sec. And because I need to do it with the audio. Yes, share with audio. Oops. And this is what I say, that he may actually believe some of this nonsense. So, people believe in all sorts of things. Doesn't make it true or real. Correct, Roy. It doesn't. It definitely doesn't. You can believe in all sorts of crap. You can think you're basically a butterfly. You can identify as anything. A moron. Yes, very appropriate. I've got absolutely would I discriminate against people wanting to identify as morons like this person here. God forbid that I would do that. He goes, already a biased form. What did I say? Did I say anything biased? Not interested in your video. Oh, really? God, he's like a little fucking hamster there. Fucking grow some balls. And I said, enjoy living in your fantasy world. These prions aren't the same as those in mad cow disease, period. And then I do say, at least please maintain a good vitamin D status and to protect yourself. So I did give him some good advice. I don't want people to be harmed or, in any way. But let's say I did still have the last laugh, so to speak. It's just damn fucking amusing. The crap that people talk. No evidence whatsoever. No proof. It's just, I'll just basically make some. You've attacked my hero. Oh, get a fucking life. Grow up. Yes. It's childish, Mature people shouldn't behave like that. You should say, yeah, well, you've put a really good argument in regards. So they should go back to that cockwomble. They should go back to that guy and say, this guy's saying this about the prions. He's showing this evidence. What do you say about that? And challenge that guy. But no. Just blind obedience. Yes, mein Führer, I will follow you to the end of the world. That's the sort of crazies we've got. Yes. Yes, you crackpot. Yes, I'll buy your therapy. Save me. God almighty. How much money do you want? I'll write over my property to you if you can save me from these awful prions. Oh, God, there's going to be so many suckers out there that are going to be, hand over fist, handing over a lot of treasure to a lot of very deceitful, dishonest, and dodgy individuals with dodgy therapeutics. We'll leave it at that. Yes. Well, that is my personal opinion. Please, YouTubia, do not consider it. And it's on a different platform as well. Not on your platform. Cool. The things you have to do to survive in this world and keep your channel going so you can get to 1,000. Yeah, I know, Bird, it's a crazy world. I don't think so, Zombie. No facts are just concentrating on the US and EU markets at the moment. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, Hey, what about a dual national European citizen in Australia? Greece, please. Send me a Novavax. Uh, and what extra? An extra. I'll send something up to you, zombie. Uh, yes, exactly. Some innov- innovated virus technology of traditional vaccines instead of mRNA ones that have never been tested on humans. Exactly. Mm, yes. Novavax in the damn moth. Those poor moths. But vegans don't think much of moths anyway, so it's unimportant. I think some of this being produced in the UK, in old Fiji film factory, I think. Okay. Mm, do not know. Haven't looked into it. We should have let the Kodak factory in Coburg go, it seems. Competition on the viral end, photographic competition. But also Novavax is using the same. Yep, I think I've hit that. Did I hit that twice, or did you actually put it in twice? God, losing the plot, Llama. I'm losing the plot. Everybody's got a best place. Nearly there, Alex. Nearly there, getting there. Uh, Getting the natives very restless, I can see. The effects of melatonin on insulin secretion are mediated through melatonin receptor. Yes. What do you want to know in regards? Look, insulin resistance does have an effect on melatonin as well. So a low carbohydrate, a low Randall cycle state does improve melatonin status. That is true as well. But so does, sun, eating appropriately in daytime and stuff like that. All that sort of stuff helps as well. Blue light exposure in the evenings, very important to maintain good melatonin levels. So it's more than any other things. And it does repair mitochondria, remember. So if you're damaging, you have damaged in the past some of that mitochondria to inappropriate foods high in deuterium, then yes, melatonin can help in that regard. So we need to get good sleep. I didn't notice Lukey in the stream. Yeah, morning, Lukey. You got the link if you ever want to come on. I'm gonna run it for another. It's gonna be a 4-hour stream. I'm running it for another um, half an hour, and then I'll pull the plug. So I'm enjoying myself, entertaining myself quite a bit. So in that regard, yes, we're not going to go into biochemistry here at this stage. If you want me to do a video specifically on something, just let me know, Llama. This is entertainment. Keep the questions focused. We don't want to baffle the natives. Another deleterious effect that Paul Mason has talked about is the capacity to mitigate up the vagus nerve into the brain, that they potentially cause havoc. Yes. With the vagus nerve, pretty much 90% of the traffic is heading that way. So the gut is an important signaler. Let's put it that way. Yes. Yeah, I probably should. I probably should do that at some stage. Look, I've got certain people that at the moment I've gone for smaller, for people that are very much, you sort of mainstream, people like, obviously I've had a strong connection with Bart. That's one thing. And Bart sort of brought me into this world in the first place. Not physically, you know what I mean, into the world of YouTubia. But a few of the other people are sort of smaller places, like Mary Ruddock and many others and all that. And I've had more focused on that sort of stuff. Most of the stuff that basically Paul talks about is stuff that I talk about pretty much. So where I'm interested in basically potentially bringing Paul in is looking at some of the areas within his own profession, which is the musculoskeletal side of things that he gets involved in. And that's a thing that I want to focus on probably later in the year. And so I'm probably going to then try and utilize, Bart to see if he at that stage. And at that stage, I'll be basically over 1,000, probably doing much better, have a better profile. And so, I won't be somebody at the run of the mill. So hopefully, probably Bart will probably impress on Paul that, worthwhile to come on my channel. So, yeah. So these things, you've got to develop them over time. It's just one of those things. Work in progress. It's a person on the list as well. I subscribe to Paul, and I do like a lot of what he has to say in that regard. So yes, at some point, Coca-Cola, Empire State Building. Yes, could have been precisely. It very much could have been. Yes, it would have been. Yes, the White House marble. It would have been Marmarino Stereo, which means marble-based house. We call it Lefkos Ikos. Ikos is sort of a High Greek word for house. In a sort of a more basic, what we call common Greek, is spiti. So ikos comes from the ancient Greek word of place where people dwell. That's what you get from a classical education. In Greece, it's compulsory for everyone, not just from the plebs. Everyone, high and low, because there's no private education. It's just public, one system for everyone. It's the reason why it's supported by everyone, and it's a pretty good system. It's usually a couple of years ahead of many other countries. Problem is the political level, things could be better to retain that knowledge and not have thousands of young people, highly qualified, leaving the place because there's nothing there to do, unfortunately. Anyway, besides gender stuff, does not all like the Olympians and me? Yes. The round or cycle is strong in this one. I'm not going to go into this. I've talked about I think that people with a Y chromosome or an X chromosome should be competing with those similar people, is my personal opinion in terms of basic biology. I will leave the rest to others to agree or disagree with that notion. The Golden Fleece Bridge, exactly, sounds great. New Oracle City, yes, you're getting better. You know how to make friends, don't you? You're doing it very well. Through the mechanism, would fasting improve the functioning of the vagus nerve? Yes, it's been shown to. Low carbohydrate diets, ketogenic diets, even to some extent, some types of plant-based diets. Some type. It depends on the way it's actually designed. Like there are some keto type plant-based diets that seem to have, because of the high ketones, seem to have some improvement in that area, but they really struggle with the deficiency side. It's sort of like a vegan keto diet with a fist load of supplements to make it work. So yeah, they just should call it a fasting mimicking diet with a whole lot of supplements, because that's what it is, which you can't do forever. Yes. And definitely also improves in not only insulin, but also leptin sensitivity as well. In that regard. Yes, direct democracy, rather than this representative, it's elected aristocracy, as I call it, because that's what it is. Or once they got rid of JFK, at least. Oh well. I didn't care either way, to be honest. But there was definitely certain things behind all that would have been an issue of concern. Oh, look, there was sort of the mafia was involved with the CIA. There's all sorts of things. Who knows who, for what reason? There were, let's say, some of these people had plenty of enemies. So take your pick. In the UK, lots talk about the bags of money involving vaccine companies and government officials. Look, all of them have got shitloads of money and made shitloads of profits. Simple as that. And there have been even basically a number of charities and even wealthy people like Gates and other people that have handed over money to a pool or to different. I mean, Gates has put money into all sorts of different ones, both good and bad, or even some of the traditional ones he's put in money. So he's just basically like a pro-vaxxer. He doesn't care what the vaccine is, who creates it. He's just given them small amounts, but nothing major. But the thing is he doesn't control what goes in them or what some of the nonsense that people talk about. But basically, he's got an agenda, which is a kibble agenda and a jab agenda, and does not discriminate between the different types. If he promoted basically the safer traditional versions, I'd probably have more respect for him. But he doesn't. He promotes all of them, and doesn't sort of differentiate. And I think he's actually done the Pfizer one, from what I hear. So yeah, what can you say? So he may be a client for that other guy doing long COVID shit, giving him some bullshit treatment. Oh, that'd be funny. It would be. Dave, you're welcome, mate. Always fun for some outstanding and much appreciated info. Have a great week ahead. Cheers. Thanks, mate. You too. I try to. All my other videos are all on the more serious side, and I back every claim that I make with good evidence, with research. So, I always argue my position with good research. The live streams are different. The live streams are basically both, it's a Q&A, so people ask me questions and stuff like that, and it's also light entertainment. So I throw a bit of, comedy, a few rants, a few things like that. We have a bit of fun, a bit of laughter, a bit of, light entertainment, a few serious moments and all that. And that's what it's supposed to be, live streams. It's sort of me interacting with you guys, and having a bit of fun with you guys, and just sort of whatever comes up, we talk about, whatever's the daily currency or stuff of what people are talking about and different issues that concern you guys. And I enjoy it. I really enjoy doing the live streams because they're all off the cuff. Nothing's planned, nothing's set out. It's not like, it's just, I don't know what to expect. Absolutely from and that's what I love about it, because I don't know what to expect. And I think you appreciate it because it's a true interaction with you, as if you guys were sitting around here. We were, relaxed on the couch and just chatting away about all sorts of things. And it's a nice, it's an online version, but it's still really nice in that regard. And yeah, I do enjoy it. I have to say, I do enjoy it. Sometimes I have to remind myself to bloody stop and pull the plug at some point. I look at the time and go, oh shit. And I'm looking at the actual, the amount of comments and, sort of, and some of the stuff interesting. And I go, oh, I'd like to, and I'm looking at the time and I'm going, oh shit. And usually is a Sunday night, like tonight, I've got work tomorrow. And I'm thinking about that. But I don't have work tomorrow. I've got a flex day because I've got too many fucking hours accumulated. So yes, I'm up to my eyeballs in yes, many hours. And I've got enough hours to basically, I'm taking another day the following week as well. And I'm taking a couple of other days of leave as well. So yes, by the time I get back, I still should have at least nearly a day left in terms of flex time. So yes, I had 1 week I had basically accumulated. I'd worked so many hours, I'd accumulated so much. I literally took 3 days off because I had to bring down my time. Because if you're over a certain amount, you lose it. So you got to take it. So yeah, I enjoy what I do. Like my work, I enjoy it, and sometimes I can get really involved and work more hours than normally. It's just yeah. So it's just the way it is. Probably if I had Mira here and she wasn't, you know, overseas, it'd be probably a different story, So, but I still do enjoy my work. I have to say, I do enjoy it, and I enjoy this sort of stuff. I really, and that's why I can do so many hours off the cuff. I don't get tired. When you enjoy something, you don't get tired. Simple as that. You only get tired when you don't, or when it's stressful, or difficult, or whatever. It probably makes it easy for me because I can do it off the cuff. I've got a really good memory, and I do remember a lot of things, and I do know a lot of things, and so I can actually tap into a lot of knowledge for you guys. And what I don't know, I'll look into, and what I'm not sure about, or I'm planning to do a video. I'll just tell you I'm planning to do a video. You'll have to wait. So yes, I throw a bit of anticipation in there. Yes, basically, yes, that clickbaity stuff. You gotta play that as well a bit. Get the natives interested in what's coming up next. Anyway, Elizabeth, how are you? Harry, is it true if we do not sleep, anything anything at night can be catabolized muscle, specifically legs? No. Look, there is no way you can actually sustain long periods of time without sleep. Eventually, you'll succumb. your body will force you. You're not going to waste away a whole lot of muscle. The amount that you could lose from any stress related to, would be very minuscule. You'd recover very quickly after. So yeah, it's again this sort of reductionist stuff. They did it. I think I've heard of this study where they did it on rats, and literally deliberately aggravated the rats to keep them awake. So they really tortured those rats. I mean, really severely. You'd never do it to a human, but they really did it, and kept them going. And they noticed a bit of catabolism. But you would never do this to a human, or it would never happen to a human. So it's a non-issue, So, and we humans tend to find it very hard not to sleep, and even people that have got insomnia still sleep, but they sleep at inappropriate times because of tiredness. or they feel very tired and they have a lot of naps and sleeps and all that. So no, as I've shown you guys, even when you basically have a person in a complete fasted state, you can put leucine in and you can actually induce muscle protein synthesis. And that's a very catabolic state, being in a fasted state. So definitely not, you will not lose your muscle mass around and become, completely unable to move around or walk or whatever. The amount of catabolism that would require would be extensive. And it more likely would come from something like cancer or some other severe disease, not from a bit of lack of sleep here or there. So don't worry, Elizabeth, just more reductionist nonsense out there. Dylan, have you thought about searching out the Carnivore Yogi? Roy, think that would be a cool collab. Maybe at some stage I'll have a sort of a link up with her and all that. I don't really know what she's doing currently, and I'd have to, before I invite anyone, I'd have to look at what it is, or I don't want to basically. Some people have said that she's sort of drifted a bit away or sort of come back now. I don't really know what her thinking is on some of this sort of stuff. And so I'd have to do a bit of research, because I don't want to basically, I know that Bart brings people on that he disagrees with and just lets them have their say and all that. I'm not really interested in that. Personally, it's my channel. I don't, if I'm not going to, because Bart will sit there and say nothing. So even when Stan was on his, he sat there, talked about requiring carbs, and I go, no, you don't. And I've got the research, and I've shown you guys, you don't need you just need leucine. So I didn't buy that. But I would have basically probably stomped on Stan, and probably he would never come back again, or probably he would have left right there and then. So yeah, I'm very much a purist when it comes to the science, and you even see me when I actually disagree. I don't give a shit if I lose a subscriber. I will say wrong, and this is the reason why, and I'll give you the reason. I won't basically just say wrong, just that. I'll give you the actual reason why. I'll provide support for what I'm saying in that regard, and argue and actually say that if you've got evidence to the contrary, please provide it to me. And most people go silent and they don't provide anything, because they just heard it from someone else, who also just heard it from someone else and just made a statement without any evidence whatsoever. So, look, I don't know what she's doing currently. I hope she's well. Look, she's a nice lady. She's actually a really nice lady, because I sort of subscribe to her, but I just don't follow the notifications of a number of people because I just don't have the time in that regard. So yeah, I'll probably have a chat with her at some stage. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it ends in that regard. Not that I'm not trying to claim that I'm argumentative, but I'm not going to have people make certain claims that are baseless, and I've researched them, and I know when I say something, I know it, I've researched it. If I don't, I'll tell you guys I don't. I'll look into it. I sort of tick all my T's and I's and all that sort of. I go right through. I go all down the rabbit holes to make sure I know my shit. It's just the way I am. It's my character. Maybe it's a character flaw, some people may think, but I want to know. I don't really give a shit whether something is or isn't. I just want to know whether it is. That's a purist scientific investigator. I just want to know. I don't give a shit. If somebody came up and told me, there's something wrong with the carnivore diet and they could actually prove to me, I'd make changes and support those. I'm not, welded to anything. I'm welded to science and science integrity and, and the empirical approach. But when I look at basically, the N15 data and archaeology and all that, millions of years of how humans were super and hyper carnivore, for me, it's pretty much a slam dunk because there are no longitudinal studies within humans in current diets. But there is, for the carnivore diet, millions and millions of years of a whole lot of hominins. That's a lot of years of adaptation. So, that's pretty good evidence in my book. And that's how I base my approaches. And so when somebody says something which doesn't sound plausible, I go, there's a mountain of evidence here through archaeology and many other things. And you're telling me this? Well, you've gone down some reductionist pathway and you've actually looked at some manufactured, dodgy experiment. And usually I'll go and look and I usually find that that's the case. So, yes, I'm never disappointed with the crackpots. The amount of nonsense they can come up with is incredible. But, it makes it interesting. Yeah, that's true, Shell. She doesn't actually promote that her ways, she is trying things and all that. And that's true. And I have made a few errors and a few things that I've picked up and I've realized, and certain people have come back to me and said, well, the boron was a biggie one on the actual dosing. But actually, I didn't make an error. I actually told people how to dose themselves. Just people didn't follow. But one thing is I missed in some of the research. I didn't look at it, and I should have, which was basically on that high doses for a very long time can actually accentuate a magnesium and potassium deficiency, even a sub sort of clinical one. And I was annoyed with myself that I missed that. And it was basically one of the nurses out of Elizabeth. She's out of I think the Netherlands. She still subscribes to me in that regard, but she basically decided to do 6 milligrams, not 3, for quite a long period of time, and then she cut it off because it started affecting her. And we worked out, eventually I did a bit of research and worked out, it accentuates a magnesium, and so that would be the equivalent, because 3 milligrams, you need about 2 avocados. That would be the equivalent of 4 avocados a day to induce that same effect. So you could potentially eat 4 avocados and get the same effect but the reason why you wouldn't get it with avocados probably is because avocados do have magnesium and potassium, so it probably wouldn't affect from real food. But with a boron supplement, if you have an underlying thing, it will manifest itself. And that's exactly what happened. I owned it. It's a bit of a fuck up on my side that I didn't look deep enough into it. But I've got no problems, with that, or to say, not sure about that, I don't know, or there's not enough evidence. And here's my speculation, what I think maybe. And I make it quite clear that I'm speculating. And I'll shut anyone down very fast. Even Bart slipped up on one occasion and said something, and I said, no, that's speculation, isn't it? And he said, yeah, you had to admit, I'm very much a purist. If I'm going to speculate, I'll tell you I'm speculating. If I'm not, and I've got really strong evidence for something, I'll actually lay it out on the 4 years, exactly all the evidence that I've got. But that's how I approach it. So I'm very much a purist. It's probably, I don't know, it's just the way I am, It's probably a reason why I rub certain people the wrong way. I had a certain incident at work, and most people said, why did you actually admit to it? And I did to the, my general manager. But the others wouldn't have. They would have gone in there and made up some bloody story. But that's how I am. I'll just tell it how it is. I live by the consequences. I've got a code that I live by. And I just tell it as it is. And sometimes it gets me into trouble because people don't like the truth. It's just how it is. Or my understanding of it. I'm not saying that I'm the wealth that, only God is. I'm not the source of truth. But I will investigate things at a very deep level. And if I'm not saying that my understanding of certain things is 100%. I never claim that. But I'm probably closer than a lot of other people. Not everyone, maybe others are far closer than me. But that's the fundamental difference of the way I approach things. It's probably the reason why I click with Bart so well, is because we don't like bullshit and we don't like, and the reason why we say, well, there isn't this research. People make all these fucking claims all the time. We don't. We would rather just say, don't know, we don't have evidence. You can't handle the truth. Thanks, Bjorn. Exactly. It's yeah, good night, DC as well. Yeah, he's probably gone already. Oh, llama, another mechanism up the vagus nerve. Oh, is it a lectin induced? Where did you put that finger? I'm going to become silly now because it's about close to finishing. And these sort of questions take far too long, my dear llama friend. Anyway, Shaw's having a bit of fun early in the morning where she is. Meat rolls. Yes. I've just gone to the bottom because I have to pull the plug. So, yes, if I missed anything, and I noticed she'll basically say Cannibal Yogi always states that what she's doing, her own, and she doesn't promote her way is right for all. Yeah, exactly. At the end of the day, I say to people, you have to live with the consequences of what you do. All I can do is point you to some of the research, and all I can do is basically give you some of the information. But the reality is, some people can't handle the truth, and that is very much the case in today's world. Thanks, Shell. Thanks, appreciate it. Enjoy your morning, stateside. Tom, thanks, mate. Until I eat your bacon. See you next time, guys. Till then, eat your bacon. Yes, thanks, Tom. Definitely love the bacon. Yes. Sort of, I got some bacon there, but I'll probably need to get a bit more. Yes, probably have to pop around on Monday tomorrow because I've got the day off. Go up to the IGA store and buy some bacon. Sounds nice. I've got, what else? Can't decide what I'm going to do tomorrow. Got a couple of things that I have to do, but because I've got next week to basically sort out the room and all that, so I'm that way behind. It's fucking hopeless. I am sometimes, but anyway, it's a work in progress. Riz, Boo, good to see you here, and night to you as well. And Bjorn, always a pleasure, mate. Always a pleasure. Lost the night. Oh, yes. Oh, did I? And you got 5 more. Oh, fantastic. You mean I actually hit 1,000? Well, that was pretty good. Oh, 995. Oh, 5 more. Oh, yeah, 5 more. Yeah. I'm nearly there. Oh, yeah. It would have been nice tonight if it actually happened. I'd probably stay an extra hour. to entertain myself. I just, you know, all the confusion. I heard I heard 1,000. So Alex decided to unsubscribe just to lower the amount. Just kidding, Alex. Yeah, 7 new members today. See you all. Thanks, Alex. Loki. Yes, it's been pretty good. You know, getting there. Uh, I think the big one was the Novavax on the spikes, whether they are safe. That got over. I mean, that really made the difference. Brought a whole lot of new people. I hope they appreciate my channel, like the rest of you guys that have been around for some time. And what is the current? Let me just check the current one. Levels on that one. And that got 4,415 views. So 4415. That's pretty good. So that was Are Novavax spike protein safe? So actually, it was for you guys. You know, I didn't even think that it would actually make so much traction. But it must have been people were so concerned about the Novavax spikes. There's a lot of crackpots out there saying all sorts of nonsense, and it got traction. So, yes, surprised that the other one didn't on the prions, but maybe people started realizing that it's just, or maybe the crackpot views haven't actually hit YouTubia yet. They're still on those other sort of type of platform. So it's a possibility. It's a possibility. What did Elizabeth say? The good thing is you got subscribers from all countries. Cheers from Mexico. Thank you, Elizabeth. Do appreciate it. I mentioned your channel this week on that specific video on a family climate skeptic website. Oh, okay. Or on a fairly climate skeptic. That's pretty good. So a few of those people came across. Good to hear. Good to hear. So some skeptical people with some brains. Very good. Very good. That have not fallen for the carbon bullshit. And exactly. Look at the vegetation on this planet. It's blooming. You know, we actually pump into hothouses carbon dioxide to basically grow plants, bigger plants. The planet is blooming. And what do? We should be pumping more of it into the environment, not less. Yes, crazy, crazy stuff. Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it. All helps. Yeah, it's sort of it's really helped because I sort of plateaued out on what wasn't going really well. And then I did that video and I wasn't expecting it. It was just somebody asked me the question about them. And I said, you know, because I'd been saying, you know, this is probably a safer traditional option. And then I said, I have to make something and explain, and I have to go in and look at the research properly and understand what the hell's going on. And yeah, it's paid off big time. This is the crazy thing about social media. You don't know what is going to get traction. I've made a number of videos earlier, and I thought they will be kind of like the methylation ones and all that. They're going to become blockbusters. And I still look at them and they've got fuck all views. And I go, well, and this one I wasn't expecting, and it became a blockbuster. So it shows that I've got zero capacity to determine what social media is going to do, in my case, to my channel. I'm absolutely a retard when it comes to working out, you know, the social media sort of nuances of how this actually plays out, you know. Yes, I got no idea. The AI owns me. Yes. I got no control over the little bastard. Yes. Actually, me theory is that ruminants will remove too much carbon from the environment. Ah, we'll have to get more vegans out there farting. That'll solve it. Line them up, I say. Need to sign up a dozen lions and tigers, exactly. Is that including the vegans for lunch? I couldn't help myself. Oh, God. Sorry, vegans. You are humans after all. That is a very misanthropic thing for me to say. Oh, God. Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. Oh, that cockwomble nonsense. It's only stressful when TSH goes up. Yes. Usually in the low carbohydrate state, all goes down, and most centenarians do run much lower rates. Higher rates means a higher metabolic type rate, which varies. We're not talking about this consistent sort of your basal type. We're talking about, going up and down because you're adding more fucking fodder to the fire and literally cell dividing much more rapidly. Yes, higher thyroid ages you faster and actually proliferates with more cell division. So great if you want to age faster. Our president is letting undocumented immigrants in and blaming the unvaccinated US citizens. So it doesn't surprise me. I mean, our government's basically doing the same thing, blaming us while they're bringing boatloads of Australian citizens who are in hotspots. How do you think that the Delta strain got to Australia? The two biggest cities in Australia, the two biggest population centres, Sydney and Melbourne. Half the population of Australia are in those two cities, and they've been bringing boatloads of aircraft in from overseas rather than taking them to quarantine centres like on Christmas Island, rather things like that, like they did with the Wuhan people, and then bring them in. No, these are Australian citizens. We can't do that. So, yes, they basically end up bringing in COVID, and then they blame the locals who are not vaccinated. Same bullshit, different day. It's just crazy. Yes, absolutely. Yes, Sleepy Joe. I mean, even if they were bringing them in, if they were putting them in quarantine centres before they let them in the public, they wouldn't be bringing. It's the same thing with the overseas people. They put them in these hotels which are not quarantine centres. The air conditioning is connected with all the rooms. It just circulates around. The staff get it. They go back to their families. They take it out from those things. It's just ridiculous. It just doesn't work. These stupid quarantine things. They're not done properly if that's what they believe in. So I just say to people, it's irrelevant. Just give them vitamin D and everybody will be fine. But no. Yes. Bloody crazy world. Crazy, crazy world. What can one say? Yes. Lions and vegans. Yes. Like rabbits. Apart from cholesterol, what after measure can sit higher in centenarians? They tend to run slightly higher reverse T3 and a slightly lower TSH and T3. Yes. Yes, they're not cooking away and cell dividing rapidly like the kibble eating morons. So, yes. But for them, they are more insulin sensitive. They're able to deal with glucose metabolism much more efficiently. Where the rest of us have to do more of a low carbish diet to get the same effects in these parameters. So, yes, they tend to be a minority. So we need to learn that we need to basically be on a diet that actually creates the same conditions, which is a low carb diet. Yeah, same thing's happening in Australia. You know, they fly them into from overseas to Melbourne and Sydney. And these are citizens that have been in hotspots, and then they put them in these hotel quarantines, which is just inadequate. And you've got people coming in and out. It's just fucking crazy. I'm over the whole shit. And at the moment, down here, it's like dead. We can't get anyone. The borders are closed again, internal borders. We've had one incident, local sort of thing. We haven't heard anything. We don't even know where it is. It was on the app that came up. I use the app because I have to use it to get into like Salamanca markets and stuff like that. You can't get in any other way. I can't be bothered actually signing in each time. So it's where I use it primarily, and I have to use it at work because I've been told. It is what it is. Fucking what can you do? It's the reason why I'm sick and tired of some of this bullshit, and told them I'm doing my room up and I'm going to take 3 days off from working at work, and I'll work from home for 3 days and pretty much not have to put up with a lot of that bullshit. Yes. Just want to extricate myself slightly from all that nonsense. Going on Mondays, which sort of sets the scene for the day. Take the other 3 days off and then go in on Fridays. And I usually stay for most of the time half the day or up until about 4-ish and then piss off. So, yeah, I'll have very minimal contact other than online. And it means I'm away from all that fucking COVID nonsense that you get in the office and stuff like that. So that's the other thing. So I don't mind actually. Yeah, it's fucking crazy, and it's just going to escalate in this country at the moment. Some of the Queensland spreads was due to vaccinated returnees spreading the Delta variant, exactly like in Melbourne and Sydney, the same sort of thing. You know, they should have been, there's Christmas Island, there's a whole lot of things. They could have flown them into those in quarantine centres in other areas and then allowed if that, because, and then you wouldn't have had to lock down the economy. You wouldn't have had to force everybody, to vaccinate. You'd just allow all the ones that wanted to vaccinate, and then the rest would just accept their fate, in that regard. But no, because at some point you have to open up the economy. You have to open up to the world again. You just can't be locked up forever. This is just ridiculous. There is a Delta variant, Shell. There is. It's a variant of COVID. It's just basically the actual spike. Some of the other proteins have slightly changed in order to make them actually stay in water. Sort of droplets to basically, when you aerosol out, to be able to stay in those for far longer. And that's why it spreads much easier. That's the difference. I've looked at the data. It's real in that regard. But still, it's just slightly worse than the flu, and can be mitigated with vitamin D. So let's sort of not get our knickers in a knot about all this. Exactly. That's exactly what I say to people, if you've basically had your shot, why are you fucking worried about me not having mine? So, but unfortunately, uh, yeah, even Ivor's looked into it as well. I haven't seen the Ivor stuff. I've just looked at the research myself. See, I basically do look at this sort of stuff and go away and look at the sequencing of the variants and viruses. I go away and actually check the actual, the electron microscopes they're using to image the stuff and all that. So I look into the stuff. I just, I look at the sort of the protein, the way the proteins are folded, the way, sort of esoteric stuff that you guys may not be interested in at all, but it gives me an idea of what's happening and all that. And I only see a variant that actually can spread quicker within the population, but it's not in any way more lethal. This whole thing that the Delta variant is more lethal and stuff like that is bullshit. It's made up. There's no evidence. Actually, the death rates are actually slightly lower. If you look at the death rates, even though you've got this massive spreading in the population, you're not seeing this explosion in death rates. Usually when a virus becomes a better spreader, it tends to become less dangerous because it needs to basically survive in the host long enough to basically spread to the next person. If it kills the host too quickly, it can't spread as well. It's simple as that. So yep, look, I understand, sure, where you're coming from. Um, it's the politics of this is stinks, in that regard. And the reality is, yes, metabolic syndrome is a problem, lack of vitamin D, all these things are really a big problem currently, and that's the thing. But death rates of unvaccinated is much lower in Delta. Exactly, Scott. It's exactly right. And I've looked at it, and even Ivor's actually looked at some of that data. I haven't seen, somebody's told me about it, but I haven't had a time to look at Ivor's recent videos. But I've looked at some of the research, and the reality is it's not killing people. It's spreading faster, but not killing people as fast as the earlier strains. So, but the media, if you listen to the media, they are literally telling us it's like the end of the world is coming, and unless we vaccinate, everybody's going to die or something like that. You're going, what the fuck are they on? What sort of drugs are they on, these people? They just, they are, yeah, exactly. I agree with Shell in that regard, and with Bert, they are vaccine crazy. It's beyond a joke. Yeah, I mean, even the local TV sometimes, I turn it on and I go, God almighty, do I have to listen to this garbage every morning? And I just turn it off, turn it down, so I can see the time as I'm getting myself ready to go before I go to work. And then if there's something that's non-COVID, I'll turn it up so I can actually listen to it. It's just fucking, it's just gone beyond a joke. They have just basically gone crazy in making these sort of things over the top. The reality is the Delta strain is not a problem, and we do not need to hasten. They can, let me put it in this way, in a crude way. They can stick their jab up where the sun doesn't shine, basically. I'll leave it at that. Because, yeah, I don't know, it's just a mad time. Anyway, guys, I'm going to basically pull the plug and go. I've been well entertained. Thank you very much. Do maintain a good vitamin D status. Nick's just appeared. G'day, Nick. Good to see you, mate. What does it say? Not watching one of your video shows for a while, trying to stay clear of YouTube. They have blocked me. They've blocked you. What? Commenting my videos. They give me notifications, etc., for people like yourself. And they never give me notifications. Oh, look, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. I've actually noticed, because I actually go through, and I've actually noticed people putting comments and getting deleted. And you click on it and you go to, takes you to the video, it doesn't take you to the comment, because the comment's not there anymore. And so they're still doing it. It's just driving me mad, because as you guys know, even that guy who actually had a go at me, I still, I want to comment to people. I don't care. As I say, challenge me. Even if you disagree with me on something, challenge me. So, it's simple as that. Anyway, I'm out of here. As Shell says, you're getting sucked in. Yeah, I get sort of emotive. Thanks, Shell, for reminding me. Anyway, see you guys. I've really enjoyed. It's been entertaining. and I will see you lovely people next week. Now, I'm going to do next Saturday, which will be Saturday night. It will be late. It'll be 9 o'clock, which is, I think, 3 hours ahead, because I usually start at 6 o'clock. So it'll be like about an hour and a half ago. So I can catch both people from the Eurasian area plus stateside as well. And it's going to be on Saturday, which will be for most people. For stateside, it'll be Friday night. And it will basically be a Q&A on COVID. So it'll be a full-blown Q&A. I'm going to do a preliminary video before that to basically cover a whole lot of points that a lot of people are talking about, so I can clear the air with a lot of issues that are, that are being talked out there. And then we're going to have a full-blown Q&A where you guys can ask anything you've heard or stuff like that about anything you like to bring up. And I'll try and endeavor to answer most of those things to at least give you some idea of some arguments that you can use in your conversations, approaches in your workplace and stuff like that. Because there's going to be a lot of things that people are concerned about when it comes to how do I talk this, how do I discuss this with people, with family, with friends. If this problem exists, or they've done this, or they've taken this, how do I deal with that? These sort of questions, these that are important questions. So put your, thinking caps on. And basically, once you put your thinking caps on, bring those questions. As I said, there is no controversial question with me. Even if it's wrong or partially right or whatever, I don't care. Just bring it to me, because the thing is, we need to discuss these things. And if you pose something that I haven't looked into, I'll say, that's interesting. I'll look into it, and I'll probably make a video of it. Because there's a lot of questions people have, and you need to have the research. And one thing that I'll always do with you guys is, if I argue something, I'll show you the stuff. I'll show you the research. I'll show you the reason why certain positions or certain things that people are claiming are not possible. Because there's a lot of things, and it's so funny, even the, like the recent stuff that I've sort of debunked. It's so easy. It's laughable nearly. I can't believe that people can just sit there blatantly just saying ridiculous things with no evidence whatsoever or nothing to back it up. So it's, yes. But I hope, you guys get something out of it. And that's my aim, to basically do something like that and put something like that together for you guys. So you've got like a really, and it's the right moment. I think it's the right time. It's a time when we're in that crux point, pressure with this madness of, vaccine or diet sort of, you can see them. They're literally lining up with a vax in their hand. They're saying, where's the next person to jab them? It's crazy. And even the media is saying, you can hear the arguments. Oh, should we force them or lock them up or create internal passports or not allow them to go into businesses and stuff like that? These guys are really weird, and we need arguments, and we need to basically take those. Then that's the whole purpose of that Q&A. It's going to be a chat between you and me, and then you'll get something out of it, and you'll go back to your social media stuff and all that and start spreading certain messages and saying, that's not on or stuff like that, or debunking things. And that will help you guys. So what's it? President thinks he can mandate shots. Well, it's crazy. If he thinks that. First of all, I think you guys have got a Bill of Rights and many other things. And even we've got certain implied rights. I mean, even our Prime Minister hasn't thought that. Some of his colleagues have, but he hasn't. He's rejected it, luckily. It's fucking drive me up the wall, some of these people. Their jab, it's a jab frenzy at the moment. If you guys haven't, I think you guys have realized, and I'm just keeping my head down. I'll be honest with you guys. I'm keeping my head down, and I just, try and because it's really crazy out there. I mean, people are talking around me like at work and saying, "Oh, I've had the jab. I've had it. I've did 2 of them, and this and that." And it's like, and I just plug in, just stay out of those conversations completely, because it's becoming a very hostile environment at the moment. And even a lot of people, some of you guys have reached out to me and send me like emails and said, what can I do? And I've sort of given you, and that's what I'm going to do in that set of video and the Q&A. I need to give you some ammo, some ways of dealing with this sort of stuff in the workplace or with your families or stuff like that, because these are going to become big issues and are going to create a lot of friction for a lot of people. So you need to be able to protect yourselves in a sense as much as possible. Anyway, I'm out of here. Take care and see you guys. Yeah, I need to go to bed, I know. It's 10:30.